Hi, friends, and welcome to the YouTube channel of your dreams, Talking with Famous People, the only YouTube channel in the world. Is no typing perfect? A comment left a comment saying, no typing's perfect. Um, Let me read the whole comment actually. No typing is perfect. Typing depends on understanding typology, a strategy to type, and or natural skills. Type affects ability to type. All very reasonable things to say. Nothing unreasonable about that. I'm not trying to say, Cone Man, well, how dare you say that or whatever. The only part of it I found myself musing about was the initial sentence. No typing is perfect. Well, I can't help but disagree with that. I think that for some typings that I do, I am correct with 100% degree certainty. And everybody should agree that's 100% certain what they are. For other typings, it's more mushy, right? So I think Coman listed some good things here that typing does depend on: understanding typology, a strategy to type, and or natural skills. Well, what I would say to that is typing depends on understanding typology, utilizing the correct approach to typing, and experience and intuition. Ideally, we'd like to get the intuition out of the equation as much as possible. That's what makes cognitive functions mushy. Is that in the status quo, we can't successfully type people. I can't successfully type people without using some of my intuition most of the time. The most reliable typing sessions are the ones where I have to use the least amount of intuition. You know, you get an ISFP or an ISTP, and if they're textbook, it is more or less impossible. Let's say I type somebody in ISFP, that they are somebody else's type. If I'm unequivocal about it, the anti-polar test is clear as day. They're clearly not a TI Dom. There's nothing else they can be. They're clearly not. Well, in those contexts, then the typing I provide for the person, the type that I tell them they are, is 100% correct. Now, you can still argue that no typing session is perfect if you evaluate a typing session on some metric other than if its efficacy in producing the accurate type. Um, One could obviously argue that, well, you could have both produced the accurate type just as well and been more entertaining, Eric. Okay, well, true. That's called a plan inclusive counterplan. And they are bullshit, okay? Sometimes called PICs. PIC. Should be called PICP because it's counterplan. But anyway, plan inclusive counterplans are like saying, no, we should negate what you're doing because we should do what you're doing, but with a smile. That's a plan inclusive counterplan.
That's funny.
Yeah. Pics are obviously abusive bullshit. And they enjoyed a brief period of popularity in policy, but they started just losing constantly to theory arguments. So if you lose a theory argument too, if you if you're trying to pull some bullshit like a pick, like a plan inclusive counterplan, and you lose on theory, And then you open the door for your opponent to make it a voter. So that's why people stopped using picks. Or they're much less common now. Because obviously, doing my plan but adding something else, it does not comprise negation. If you got a real plan, a real kind of plan, it would be something that's different from what I'm doing and exclusive of it. If it weren't exclusive of it, then obviously we'd just permit. I'd say do both. If I say, oh, here's my plan to fix, I don't know, fix parking violations, rampant parking violations. And you go, well, I have another plan to fix it. I can just say, all right, well, we can still affirm and do yours as well. We can do both, unless your plan is mutually exclusive of mine. With PICs, the idea is you can't do both because I've co-opted the AF plan now and added a thing. You can't re-co-opt my pick for some reason. It's just insane, obviously. Not a good way to make arguments. Is no typing perfect? I think some typings are. That's my point. Most typings, there's some wiggle room, right? Because unless they're clear cut, polar, and in an intentional manner in which I've got a great test for polar and that tests very clear cut, which really NE is the one that tests most clear cut from my perspective. TE polar tests pretty clear cut too, though. When you get TE polar, you see these similarities in how they respond to ordinality questions that are very consistent. TI polar can be tricky if they try to game it, which they probably will. ENFPs will probably be more likely to say something like, you know, I really don't like that kind of black and white thinking, rather than just trying to game it. But SI polar, Rubens made me feel as though, unless you're dealing with a virgin, or at least a half virgin, then the SI polar results, like an ENFJ coming in knowing how I test SI, is probably going to successfully game that test a bit. Well, I guess my cigarettes are not in the garage, but I do have this long butt in there. It must be in the house. Oh my gosh, you look so clear. Yay, fast internet. I know, yay, fast internet indeed. But the biggest change is not in the downloads, which is still fine and dandy, but it's just the upload speed. We're now at 100 upload speed, which is 30 times faster than what we had before. And it is a little bit of heaven. As you see, I went a little crazy this morning uploading videos from my phone just because I could. But I put a new string on my guitar. So I don't know if you were here yesterday or the day before when I broke a string on my guitar playing it. I found another E string. I found an E string. And it appeared to be an electric E string. I guess I bought an extra pack of strings when I bought that guitar. Maybe that's what happened. And anyway, it was a full pack of strings, unopened. Looks to be electric. So I was pleased that I had that on hand. I didn't expect to. So, we're killing a little time between football games here. The Ravens game's over. As soon as the Ravens took a 2-touchdown lead, it's like, okay, it's over. There's no way the Texans are going to come back from 14 down against the Ravens. It's just not going to happen. The Ravens defense is not that clumsy. But I guess the other response I wanted to make to Cone Man's comment was, yes, you need an understanding of typology, but you need the right understanding of typology. And yes, you need a strategy for typing, but it has to be the correct strategy for typing. Otherwise, you're going to be wrong as often as you were right, at least, maybe more. Because, if you really don't know what you're doing, you got a 1 in 16 chance of being right. Or if you're C.S. Joseph, you seem to have a 100% chance of being wrong. I don't think I can't think of a single person that he's typed correctly. He typed me as ESTP. He seems to have no concept of what intuition is. Do you have a main line to find all your docs? Yeah, I mean, you want a link to them? How do I get a link to it? Share. Copy link. Here's one folder. Here's another folder with how do I copy the link to this now? Share, copy link, there. Okay, here we go. Hello, young lady. Christine Chu. I'm assuming you're a young lady. You may be an old lady. I don't know. There's pretty easygoing guy. What's to stress about? Unless you want to be typed a certain way and force a specific result. In most cases, you can't avoid stress from getting typed, but the previous thing I said could account for stress. I mean, yeah, some people are often nervous at first when they start a typing session. It's totally normal and to be expected because it's a very unusual event for them and it's a very commonplace event for me. But almost everybody relaxes shortly as we get started because in that case, Boba Fett's right. Like, I'm a pretty easygoing guy. I'm not interested in causing you discomfort or stress. I'm using another account. You might know me. Hee hee. It sounds like one of the texts from Eli Manning.
Oh my god!
In that SNL skit.
Yes, it really does.
And can you please pronounce it again? Q. Oh, hi, Raiden. What are you raiding today? Are you raiding the enemy stronghold? Oh no, Raiden, like that, right. Well, what does Raiden mean anyway? Is it a name? And it's like, let's cheers to Raiden. Means like worn or chafed, marred, like a floor model. That's what the word Raiden kind of sounds like it should mean. I don't know if it does or not. So, coming up in not a super long time, we've got the San Francisco 49ers battling the Green Bay Packers in the divisional series. Um, you know, they will attempt to go to the NFC Championship game. The 49ers will. If they make it to the NFC Championship game, they will play either uh, they'll play the winner of either Detroit versus um, Tampa Bay or the winner of Bills versus Chiefs. I think Bills versus Chiefs is AFC. So they're going to play the winner of Detroit versus, assuming the Niners win, they'll play probably Detroit, but maybe Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay looked pretty great last week against Philadelphia. They made Philadelphia into the city of brotherly sadness.
Mm.
We've got a lot going on right now. I just thought we were discussing earlier things we might do to make the rental we're getting a little more Instagram worthy and make it more appealing as a vacation rental. We're planning to offer it with usage of the little wilderness car included. And that should maybe up the attractiveness of the rental. Also, we're going to say on it 420 inside, okay. And then in parentheses underneath, please smoke cigarettes outside. So people get the idea. They are welcome to smoke weed inside of that house. That was amusing how if we were looking for a rental and I saw that on a rental, like, you may smoke pot inside this place. I'd be like, we gotta get that one.
Yeah. I would too. That would be fun.
Yeah, so I think with those two special features that our rental is going to have, even though it's not the nicest vacation rental in the world, it's not like super pimping, and you know, place with a hot tub and a view of a valley or some shit like that. But we won't be trying to charge as much of those places. And
Yeah.
additionally, I think we're going to have two special features that probably I doubt any of the other places around here have. It includes access to a wilderness car, and we're perfectly situated to use the wilderness car to, yeah, I am from a long line of landlords.
And don't they have running water too? Like well water? Not well water.
Right, but that's not going to matter for vacationers.
Okay.
It's like if it were month to month, not being on well water is a big advantage. But for vacationers, they're not going to care if they're on well water or water tower water. But yes, it's on water tower water. We have to get the water turned on before we finish escrow because I want to test all of the plumbing during my home inspection, which I will do with David. But I feel very good about it now across the board because I did research on that crack in the foundation and I got further information on it, and it definitely seems like it's just cosmetic. I don't nothing to worry about. The place looks rock solid. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
their deck is so much more solid and un un unfalling apart. What is this combo about now? Typing? Well, I segued into what oh, is this combo about no typing? I see. No, it's asking, is it the case that no typing is perfect? Is trying to divert the river during the troll question bad TE? It was my friend's answer, and I was at a loss for yes, it's terrible TE. Because obviously, even if you diverted the river, what would the troll do? He'd just go to where the river is now.
Mm-hmm.
And diverting the river is more of an engineering project by far than even rebuilding the bridge, which you can't do till spring. I've never heard anybody say divert the river. That's possibly the worst answer I've ever heard. Although I'll admit it's creative, you know. I mean, the actual worst answer I ever heard was, "Phew, I don't know. I guess we'll just have to give them the food." That's your solution? Yeah, I've had people tell me that before. Just be like, "Phew, beats me. I guess we just gotta tough it out." Sounds like a no way out of this
Oh,
situation.
that's so funny.
I'm like, but I'm positioning it to you as a situation that there could be multiple ways out of, and you still are concluding that it's a no way out situation?
That's funny.
Oh, trolls love hanging out at rivers. River trolls do. They they stay in the middle of the river, and what they do to make their money is they exact a 10% food tax from boats crossing the river, which they then ship downstream to the troll stock exchange or food exchange, and they buy it there and send the individual troll dollars in return. My answer was to go to a village nearby and trade the food to food with the same calories but less nutrients. I mean, what makes you think that you have food that has equal calories but fewer nutrients than the neighbor, though? The obvious answer that almost nobody ever says is go fishing.
I wouldn't have thought that.
Nobody ever says go fishing. Even if you are to ask enough questions, you will learn that the troll doesn't eat the food that crosses the river, but instead eats large catfish that are in the river. I've had people then follow that up with attempting to poison the catfish as a means of poisoning the troll. Somehow oblivious to the fact that if you extracted a catfish from the river so that you can poison it and put it back in the river for the troll to eat, why don't you just eat the fucking catfish? Right? But that's how it's such a great question because I have heard so many different things. I've heard all kinds of stuff, and and the fact that the question allows that much diversity of answer proves that it's a very good question. You know?
It does. It really makes you think.
And the best answer, quote unquote, is just the answer that feels most NI like, oh, it was a trick question. And that's move the people, not the food. But that's not actually the best answer. I think the best answer is go fishing.
I'm not gonna lie, I have thought about it, and like I might have answered like with like, well, it's like killing trolls. Answer.
Right. Well,
Not that
a
it would.
fair number of people answer, well, let's kill the troll. But then when they start encountering problems, almost everybody gives up on it immediately.
Mm.
If you persist in trying to kill the troll, you can figure out the way to kill it. And the way to kill it is you need to get your city's catapults and you need to wait until after dark when the troll's asleep and then catapult a bunch of rocks on top of them all at once. Um, that's really the only way you can kill the troll.
Oh. No, so you're pretty limited.
Yeah, because you can't use a boat to kill him because he's better in the water and just knock your boats over. Your arrows don't penetrate his skin. Um, and he's also got a rock that he hangs out near in the middle of the river that gives him some protection, right? You gotta you gotta surprise attack him all at once with a bunch of big shit, and then it'll kill him. Uh, might as well move then. I've had people say that too. Well, I guess we gotta move the town. You're moving the whole town? What? You can't even rebuild the bridge right now. How are you gonna move the whole town? I definitely am a very pretty man.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the time, I'm a very special lady.
Oh, it's true.
A couple days ago, I was a pretty seamstress.
You were.
Um, Today, I'm feeling more rugged, more manly. I'm feeling like my face is just dangling with multiple penises growing out of it. That's how manly I feel right now.
Wow.
Like a
That makes
man whose face is sprouting penises.
Oh my gosh, I would be so intimidated.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, my mood, my appearance, my age, my race, my gender, everything changes periodically.
It's true.
So, like, my gender changes from manly to super manly and back again.
Mm-hmm.
Even when I'm a special lady, I'm still at least a manly special lady,
So who could be someone that we can compare a manly woman to? Like, who is a manly woman?
Reese Witherspoon.
Oh.
It's because she has a manly chin.
She does.
Another manly woman, Sigourney Weaver.
Yes.
Another manly woman.
I always thought of
Natasha Redhair.
Oh, Leone?
Yeah.
Yeah. What about
Hi, Riley. Go ahead.
what were we talking? Manly women.
Manly women. Barack Obama, sure. Go ahead.
This is not my original one. I forgot my original one. But the woman who plays Steve Martin's double on Only Murders in the Building.
Oh yeah, that lady's super manly.
Yeah.
What was the character's name? He had some kind of snappy name.
Yeah, it did.
Big hands make me think it's a man in drag. So do you therefore, when dealing with big-handed women, require them to pull down their pants so you can verify they're a woman. It seems fair of you. Michael Obama. I mean Michelle Obama. Yes,
Oh,
Michelle
Michael
Obama is
Yes,
definitely
yes.
a manly woman.
Oh,
And so is
Simone
her husband.
Biles.
Simone Biles.
Oh,
Oh
but
yeah,
you know
yeah,
what?
for
Is she?
sure.
Is she though? Because like,
No, she is. Because she's very muscly.
yeah,
What about Serena Williams?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is might be controversial, but I think Diane Keaton has this sort of like androgynous thing going.
She does, but I don't see her as manly at all.
Okay. True.
Personally.
You're right. No. Her face and everything is not manly. Even the way she wears her hair is not manly. But like, she's into like trousers and stuff.
Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga, really?
I think Lady Gaga is pretty manly. She might not dress manly, but she's got a fairly manly face. Not that there's anything wrong with that. In fact, let me see if I can think of the most attractive manly woman. I, Sigourney Weaver,
She's attractive.
in her, prime, in her like alien days,
Yeah.
she was quite attractive and manly. So
Yeah.
the two things are not exclusive.
No, they're not.
What are the most manly personality types? I'm assuming you mean among men of that type, right? Or do you mean specifically among women of that type? In other words, women of which type are most manly? I'd say ESTJ. But I don't know any ENTJ women. I've rarely encountered any. Well, I mean, the thing about ENTJs is they're always busy. They're not.
ENTJs?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
don't
they
have
are.
time for providing you any data about them.
Oh my god, this confirms that my second cousin, is a ENTJ. She's always busy.
We're talking about manly women, right? Not manly men, okay?
ISTP.
ISTP women are, well, they're very logical. I see TE as more manly than TI. I see TI as more gender
TE is
neutral.
more manly. I mean, think about my, no offense, really, but think about my mom. Like, she's.
Think about all the ESTG women on Naked and Afraid.
Oh, yeah.
They come out there to show that they're a strong woman, but they also don't take any bullshit, okay? They be quite bossy, and then sometimes it causes conflict with the men, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're talking about the most manly men, well, ESTPs can certainly give ESTJs a run for their money. No doubt about that. Depends. So you define manliness, I guess, as TE and SE, right? And ESTPs aren't emotional. That's considered manly, though they're logical rather than TE. And they're very action oriented. So they know how to pull the trigger, be decisive, stuff like that. That's very manly. And they're very physically oriented. So they're very like, they'll look you. They're very present. Will look you right in the eye. Meow meow meow.
Yeah, oh yeah.
ISTPs, according to Carlos Paiva, are even more manly. Well, I don't find them as manly because they're my supervisee, maybe.
I actually, because like I think of Chloe and she's not manly. She's in the girly stuff.
Okay, well, again, I think we need to distinguish manly men of a type or manly women of a type.
She's not a manly woman.
No, I agree. But what we're talking about now is manly men.
I don't know many like examples. Like who's
who's an ISTP?
In like Hollywood.
I mean, you're more likely to probably find them in sports than you are on.
Okay,
But
so
I'm having trouble. It's hard to tell because right there's people who don't give the interviews. There's people who don't have a lot to say, and so you don't have a lot of data to work off of to say that person's an ISTP.
they do say Clint Eastwood is ISTP.
Clint Eastwood certainly plays a lot of ISTPs in his movies, so whether or not he's
So
actually gonna
movie Clint Eastwood would be a good example
of an
ISTP.
ISTP, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
So that I think that's considered pretty manly, right?
well, sure, that's plenty manly, but then you're talking about not just an ISTP, you're talking about a Clint Eastwood ISTP. That's gonna confuse the puddle a little bit because you just can't help but hear Clint Eastwood going, "Well, what do you think about that? I don't really think so." Something like that.
He never like,
You never wiggled your woggle?
yeah, like at all. Like his art, for some reason, I'm like, it just seems so.
Well, I think we're basically defining manly as first and foremost, okay, in some order, uh, a distant 4, 6, 7, or 8 on the FI. Okay, we can eliminate anyone who's not 4. Is this in terms of manly men? We can eliminate anyone who's not 4, 6, 7, or 8 with FI. Okay, and then we're going to reward TE and SE as being manly things. We're going to leave FE neutral because it expresses differently depending on slot. And we're going to call extroverted intuition and introverted feeling and introverted sensing all kind of feminine. Introverted intuition, we're going to leave neutral.
Introverted intuition is introverted intuition is neutral.
Yeah, NE is feminine. NI is neutral. SE and TE are masculine. SI is feminine.
Yes.
FI is feminine. FE is neutral. Did I forget one? TI. TI is masculine light.
Masculine light.
Yeah, it's masculine, but it's really the absence of FI that makes it masculine more than the presence of being logical. Because talking in and of itself is feminine. FE is neutral because, as FE plays out in, say, a third slot ESTP, it's going to be maximizing his own manliness, right? It's going to be driving that fancy sports car, maybe, or maybe he's going to have a shit ton of guns like Taylor used to, and make them all fancy. Like he put gun with some other part of gun and made it a fancy gun, right? I don't know. He did shit like that. And he had gold. He had a lot of gold. You know, he was pimping, right? He was big pimping. That's third slot FE, and it's conceivably, it's definitely masculine.
Yeah, okay, so I'm thinking that Taylor Swift is ESTP and ESTP, right?
I think so, but obviously female ESTP. I'm not saying female ESTPs are necessarily manly because I don't think so at all. Although there's going to be a masculine mild quality to them because their tool function is TI.
Masculine mild, like she's very chummy.
Hello, Hasu Hui 7 Woo 3 He. I am fine, and how are you?
seems like so and that's neutral too.
Look, Carlos Pava, a lot of people think that, like, oh, if you dress fancy, that's SE. If you dress flashy, that's SE. No, it's either FE or FI. So you're the reason you're dressing flashy is because you want people to notice you, pay attention to you, think you're whatever, right?
Like the guy who sings the Pineapple Pen song.
Right. Or like this shirt I'm wearing. What I've chosen to wear, this is not SE at all. It's it's not any either, right? Although my extroverted intuition thinks of possible ways this shirt could play out, and they're all good, right? My introverted intuition just goes yes on that shirt. But this is the point is this is not none of those things. This is FE. It is if and I did choose to put on this shirt because I was like, oh, I want to wear that shirt when I saw it in the thing because I like this shirt a lot. I wear the shirt because I want someone out in the world to recognize it at some point and say, "Oh my God, is that the shirt that the guy in Blue Exorcist wears?" I want that to happen, and why? Because of the FE satisfaction. That person will be like, "Oh my God, how is this guy so cool?"
Mm-hmm.
Well, SE FE third plays out the same way, except they've got a different definition of cool. If you're using your extroverted sensing, if you notice what somebody's wearing, if you then evaluate it against fashion, you're involving FE and either SI or NI or both.
Ruben was pretty like offended by some of like the dresses. Like I was not expecting that much of a response from him. Like he like at times like couldn't look or couldn't judge anyway.
Well, Elaine, by and large, yes, I automatically know things are good because, in part, I'm not FI. But I'm not, FI polar is not completely without FI. And so it's more difficult for me to be correct about my own stuff than it is about other people's stuff. But I still invariably end up correct about my own stuff after I've SI'd it enough, after I've listened to it enough. I determine how good it is and whether it's good. And then that doesn't usually change forever. It may take a long time for me to make the determination, but once I do, and usually it doesn't take a long time, but it takes certainly multiple listens. Part of the issue there is my SI starts drowning out my NI if I've been working on a song a lot, for example. Like if I'm recording something, I've been listening to it over and over again, I've been adding shit, I've been meowing shit, and then when it's done, I've been so deep in the trees for such a long time, it's hard for me to look at the forest uh, right away. I can only see trees. Right, good is objective. And aesthetic truth, quote unquote, there is an aesthetic truth that functions as follows. We can see it best in music, but as a general rule for everything, that which ages best is most actually good. Um, the problem with aesthetics is a simple one. Even though I'm right about this, and also I'm correct about the specific thing that I'm evaluating the aesthetics of most of the time, I might not always be. Sometimes, but I'm always subject to correction. So if I'm wrong about it, I'll come back the next day and go like, I really got overexcited about that thing. I listened to it more and it's not that good. I'm embarrassed now. That happens plenty of times, right? So I'm not saying my aesthetics are instantly perfect. They're only perfect over time and only for certain media. Like visual stuff, I'm not I'm not an especially good intuitor about visual stuff. I I I can tell which paintings are rad and which are anything else, which is makes them just totally inadequate to even look at. But it's among the rad ones, which one will still be looked at 100 years from now? I have no fucking idea. I feel like I do with music.
Yeah, you do. With music.
Um, I'm an excellent writer, and I can always evaluate any piece of writing to see how successful it is. But I don't generally bother evaluating pieces of writing like that unless it stands out as bad, right? Like if I'm reading something and it's got something that is bad, then I go, oh, okay, this is. Oh. If it doesn't, I just don't even notice really. If I'm reading fiction or something, well, I'm a pretty finicky fiction eater. If if the prose isn't just right, I mean, if the story's good enough, everything is good enough, I can look past it. But it's hard for them to even get everything else good without getting the prose pretty much just right. It's kind of a medium you can master more than other art media, which are endless disciplines of holistic getting better at. But writings, you, there's a peak of writing. You know, it's like um, many people can hit that peak, and it's kind of like a clear cut hard ceiling that nobody can get past, right? Um, and the very best shit, in my opinion, is fiction because it's the only kind of writing for which that isn't really true. For every other kind of writing, well, and maybe poetry too. Poetry and fiction, you you don't necessarily have that hard ceiling of quality, but for every other kind of writing, you do. Like you can apply a hard rule of like um, effective if hard rules of effective communication and dealing with any other kind of writing. But you know, I wouldn't want to understate the absolute gloriousness of certain fiction books and certain poems that are just transcendent, you know. But when it comes to nonfiction, explanation, yeah, it's easier to envision how you can reach exactly perfect in what you're trying to do, and therefore it's easier potentially to be that. It's not easy, but it's possible at least, unlike in fiction and poetry, where you're not conveying any information, so there's no utility to it, and thus it's it's more like a song. You just have to evaluate it holistically. But you know, I spend my days doing this live streaming and continually, and have for years, if not my whole YouTube career, um, try to refine what I'm saying such that it can be understood exactly by somebody who listens to the words and knows what they mean and things like that, right? That doesn't necessarily mean I'm the most effective at communicating with a broad audience. It means I'm practiced at being as precise as I can be. If I use the wrong word, I'll correct myself every time, you know? I guess the overarching thing I'm getting at here is that precision's a lot more possible than artistic transcendence to plan or execute as a craft rather than an art, you know? That's the best way to put it. Well, using language to speak precisely can be rendered as a craft. Most other uses of the language can't. They're arts. That's why they have the language arts. Why do we have the language arts in school? What a complete fucking waste of time for everybody. I mean, sure, you get to read The Outsiders, and that's a good book. Like, what else are you gonna read? Again, Shakespeare. Do you want to read Shakespeare? Do you think it's really broadened you to have read Shakespeare? Do you now, when you watch movies, note the similarity to that movie's plot and the plot of Midsummer's Night's Dream? No, you don't. Nobody does, except English teachers. And they're teaching what only they think matters at all. And then, all this movement and education towards teach more writing, assign more writing assignments. You can't fucking teach writing, okay? You can learn it by reading a lot. You can learn to be better by practicing it. But essentially, you have to internalize the voice of prose.
I say poppycock to A Midsummer's Night Dream.
First of all, it's got two possessive nouns in it. A Midsummer's Night's Dream.
Yeah.
That's an awkward title. A Shakespeare comedy, maybe one of the better ones, might still get a few authentic laughs if the actors are really good at being funny or whatever. But that's best case scenario.
I don't even know what the funny ones are.
Well, Shakespeare's plays are divided into dramas. Tragedies, comedies, and histories.
Oh.
He writes three kinds of plays.
Oh.
So, like, Taming of the Shrew is a comedy. All's Well That Ends Well is a comedy. Midsummer's Night's Dream is a comedy.
I didn't think it was funny.
No, of course not. How can you possibly think something's funny when it's in a language you don't even speak? Methinks thine Darlo is a loft. What? What does that mean?
That's what I said.
Oh, it's a joke, get it? A Darlo is a loincloth. And he's talking about himself having an erection. Like some shit like that.
my
Get the
God.
fuck out of my life, you
Seriously.
horrible, horrible ENFP women. My mom loved that shit though too. So
Yeah, that's true. She did.
she loved the shit out of that stuff. I'm just remembering my English teacher in high school. This horrible woman who was like that, you know, like, isn't this wonderful?
It's not wonderful if you don't think it's wonderful. I mean,
Nobody should think it's wonderful. We have this wealth of media of all manner.
I know, but I'm telling you, it's weird. Like, there was a poll on Instagram, and they asked, like, Romeo and Juliet, yes or no? And, like, the yeses way overtook the no. Like, I think I was, like, one of, like, 5 people who said no.
I mean, if Netflix came up with this concept for that today and made it into a Netflix show, they would be reviled for encouraging teenagers to kill themselves.
Yeah, over love.
Right?
Yeah.
Portraying it as some romantic
It's
thing.
so tragic.
And the fact that you're having teenagers read it in high school.
Yeah.
Like, why?
I know.
Do you want to make a point of like, don't be dumb like these dumbasses and think your teenage love matters that much. Remember, these dumbasses, 16, it's shocking they weren't 3 kids in already. Back in the day, you know?
Yeah.
So, meow, 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 to Shakespeare. William Shakespeare, you just got William Shakespeare.
Oh.
I mean, the things that are good about to teach regarding English to native speakers of English are grammar, which should be taught in grammar school.
Mm-hmm. It should be.
And and all the rest of the English you should get should be reading various things for your other classes. If you got to write papers in your other classes, then write papers in your other classes. It's like the idea that you need to have a class specifically for writing papers about bullshit is just insane. Hi, Becky, TMBTI. Too much butt to ingest. I'm not sure what that stands for. Oh, Becky T. MBTI.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was like a TMI thing with extra letters in it. My mistake, Becky. Now I understand. Becky T. MBTI. Ruben R. Hello. How are you? Yes, too much butt to ingest. A person might actually say that if they order pork butt at a restaurant,
That's
for
true.
example, you know, and you get a big serving of it. I'm sorry, this is just too much butt to ingest. Oh, you were lurking, huh? Were you lurking because you were twerking? Maybe. How is she doing? She feeling better? Treelin T. So is your name Lynn T and you like trees? Right, sure. Listening while you lurk, understandably. This is lagging for me, weird. Well, it shouldn't be our internet. You know, although it may be that in that last moment there, this is such a weird, what is this?
What?
Chaska Chanhassen versus Orono Squirtacular, 5:10 p.m. Fogarty Youth Hockey Hub.
Is that like
Is it a hockey game? Whose team is named Orono Squirtacular?
like I oh no, spectacular. It sounds like Alaskan or Canadian.
Orono Squirtacular sounds like a porno.
Yeah, it does. That's pretty unfortunate for that team.
Or it's kind of like the skid marks.
Yeah.
Canadians, you need to stop letting your youth name their hockey teams Squirtacular.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Anyway, can you talk about issues with ESTP? Well, you mean like if you're having difficulty, some kind of conflict with them or whatever? Well, the thing about ESTPs is like ENTPs, they're going to want you to be precise with your words. And they're going to want you to use words to mean specific things for a specific reason. So, one way to engage them more successfully might be to only talk to them instrumentally, operationally, when you need to say something to them in order to accomplish a goal, rather than trying to make small talk, which probably won't work well. Hello, I'm new, Wayne Powell. Well, I would probably have been able to determine that because I've never seen you before. Now, granted, you could be very old and re coming around, in which case I might mistake you for new. So, therefore, I'm glad that you've informed me that you are new, so I didn't make that mistake. You prevented that mistake. That's so very true about my coworker, but she's also very rude. Well, can you give me an example of rudeness? Because depending on what kind of rudeness it is, it requires a different kind of response. Like, if the person's being like toxically shitty, it's one thing. If the person is failing to be considerate, that's another thing.
I'm glad that she's doing better.
Do you have to admit she's doing better? She's doing better all the time. uh, Giad, right? Giad? I think I remember from last time. I'm not going to bother attempting the last name. It's got too many vowels in a row. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 vowels in a row in your last name. 6 vowels in a row. La, ho, u, a, o, u, e.
Good pronunciation.
Lahuawi? Giad Lahuawi? I prefer my pronunciation. La ho u a o u e. Or I guess you could choose either one. I'm hoarding what? What am I hoarding?
I was thinking it was Hawaiian too, Ruben.
Thank you. Thank you. That's how you say it, everybody. La ho u a o u e.
Isn't it like?
Oh, he's talking to Ruben.
Oh,
I think he's talking to Ruben. Ruben got it right.
Hawaiian.
No, it's not.
No,
He's not Hawaiian, but it's pronounced that way anyway.
Oh.
Oh, we both got it right? Okay.
You both got it right?
Lahuawi. I think Ruben got it right. Some ESPs say inconsiderate things, but then when you call them out, they lash out or get back at you. Both of you got it, but I pronounced it la ho u a o u e. So you're saying that's the slow way to pronounce it, and Rubens is the fast way to pronounce it? Huh. Well, that's possible, I suppose. Like, for example, if you say the name Sasuke in Japanese, normally it's said Sasuke. But if somebody's speaking to them very slowly, they'll say all four syllables of it. Sasuke.
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 Something like that. Rather than Sasuke. Sounds pretty toxic.
Arabic. Lahui.
Some ESTPs say
Moroccan.
inconsiderate things, but then when you call them out, they lash out or get back at you. Well, that's too vague for me to work with there, Becky. I need a specific, concrete example of your coworker being rude so I can evaluate what kind of rudeness it is myself. Jihad is Moroccan. Come on, baby, do Morocco. Boom, 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 Morocco.
Morocco always needed a song like that.
Yeah. Come on, pretty baby, do Morocco. No, you can't go in there in it's Draco. Well, Morocco, for those of you who don't know, is a North African country that's to the left of Egypt.
But did that famous movie take place in Morocco? Casablanca?
Is Casablanca in Morocco? I don't know. Maybe it is. Now, I don't mean immediately to the left of Egypt. I mean leftwards of Egypt. That's where Morocco is. So yes,
oh, it was cool.
Casablanca is in
Casablanca,
Morocco.
Yeah, I thought so.
Let's look at a map and see exactly where Morocco is.
Come on,
Do Morocco. It's on the far left upper corner of Africa.
Oh, wow.
It's just across the street from Spain. So it's a little bit more of a European place than some other African countries. That's why I stressed it was not immediately to the left of Egypt. Then I'd be talking about a Libyan.
Or Algeria.
Yeah.
I was never good at
geography.
Geography, yeah. I mean, I can get my directions right, but remembering the.
How's Algeria doing these days? Are they still mad at France? Look, there it is, Casablanca. Oh. Is Casablanca the capital of Morocco? Morocco, a North African country bordering the Atlantic Ocean and Mediterranean Sea, is distinguished by its Berber, Arabian, and European cultural influences. Marrakech's Medina, a Mazaliki medieval quarter, offers entertainment in its Djima El Fria Square and souks, marketplaces, selling ceramics, jewelry, and metal lanterns. The capital, Rabat's Kabash of the Udayyis, is a 12th century royal fort overlooking the water. Kabash of the Udayyis. Kabash of the Udayyis. I want to know this. Casbah. No, Casbah. Casbah of the Udayas. Casbah of the Udayas. Is this the Casbah they rock in that song? Do you think?
Yeah. I do.
Casbah of the Udayas. The walls of the Casbah and the main Almohad gate. Bab Oud Aia. So, This was first built, apparently, back in the 7th century AD. What do you think about that? Prehistory. The prehistory of North Africa spans the period of earliest human presence in the region to gradual onset of historicity in the Maghreb during classical antiquity. Early anatomically modern humans are known to have been present at Jebel Irhoud in what is now Morocco approximately 300,000 years ago. Is that what I said, or 30,000? I couldn't see the end of the number. It was either 30 or 300,000. So,
So the Casbah is the architectural thing they sing in Rock the Casbah.
oh, it is.
It is, yeah.
Well, good for them. I wonder how they got. Did they hold a rave at the Casbah? Did,
Rock the Casbah.
did they rent out this, at least the Bab Udaya gate of the Casbah, and hold a rave there?
Well,
I
they're
hope
more
so.
punk than rave.
Well, maybe it was a pave. That's a punk rave.
Well, I guess it would have been like a. Well, in the that song came out in the 80s, so by that time there were like disco places, clubs. So yeah.
Okay, so they got a disco the Casbah, really.
Yeah.
She told my coworker that his manager is the mother he never had and other fucked up shit. She told me my earrings look like testicles. Okay, well, I mean, that's not nice, but you should reply with, well, they look less like testicles than your testicles
Mm-hmm.
because she's a woman. That would be saying to her, look, ball sack, STFU, you know?
If you're someone who freezes, you only come up with the like come back after the fact.
Well, I mean, even
so
if you
like,
freeze, you could always just say this, wait a second, and then pause. See if something comes to you. If nothing does come to you, then just wait a second and say nothing thereafter will do. just wait them out. When they finally go, well, say, just wait another second.
it's coming to me.
And then if nothing comes to you, you're just fucking with them, right?
I would be like, and your eyeballs look like butts.
You should say, I hope when you go to the bathroom later, you accidentally shit on your own face.
Wow. That'll stop her from commenting on anything ever again.
Did you ask her what she thought of your earrings, though, Becky? If you asked what she thought of your earrings, then you're just going to have to deal with the fact that you're going to get a straight answer from an bipolar person sometimes, and don't ask those questions.
I have a feeling it was
unsolicited.
Unsolicited, yeah.
She stole my task but thinks she's in the right. And I yelled at her, then she reported me to the director.
Do you have to go to the director, or have you gone to the director and explained what's going on?
Well, here's the unfortunate reality, Becky. I hate this reality as much as anybody.
Oh, that sucks. That's not right. that should have been done in private if he felt like chewing you out.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is, that gives you a good complaint. Is there anybody above the director? If there's anybody above the director, you simply say, go to that person and say, I recognize I made a mistake here, but I don't believe the director should have chewed me out in front of everybody. He should have taken me into the office. And I'd like you to do something about this. If she says, what would you like me to do? Say, I don't know. You're the boss. I know what happened when I made a mistake. I got chewed out in front of everybody. I'm not suggesting you do the same, but I don't make those decisions. If there's somebody above the director, go above the director and simply say that. Don't argue about the initial thing at all. Just go in.
Yeah, don't.
Just go in and say, I made a mistake here. I won't do that again. I'm very sorry that happened. That was my bad. However, I think I have a very legitimate complaint here. The director should not have busted my chops in front of everybody. I think that's just commonly understood managerial protocol, that he should have taken me into his office.
Yeah.
And I'd like you to do something about it.
Or aside, if they're nurses and there's no office, like she could have been like, hi Becky, can I talk to you in private, please?
Right. Yeah. If you do that, you put them in between a rock and a hard place, because they're going to have to do something about that, because you're not fighting that you did something wrong. So, and you're complaining about something you have an absolutely legitimate complaint about.
Yeah, that's an absolute thing to complain about. That was handled badly. And if I were the person above the director, I wouldn't want that to be an example for the rest of the nurses.
Well, it's just bad management, right? Like it's common knowledge among management that you don't do that.
You think?
I mean, because for the simple reason that, as we're experiencing right here, if you do that, then they have something they can legitimately complain about, right? And that undermines your critique. You can't say, you can't just say, okay, well, now make the corrections I indicated, because then they can go, well, that whole experience kind of traumatized me, frankly.
Yeah.
Right? And then what are you going to say?
You got to fix that. That's got to be fixed.
Right? Because if you say, well, I had to tell you, they just kept saying, well, you didn't have to tell me in front of everybody.
Yeah. That's just like
right?
Standard protocol.
And the boss above the director will hear that and it's gonna have to do something about it, maybe just talk to the person. Maybe get them to apologize to you for that, And if you approach it with sort of authentic hurtness, the apology may even end up being authentic, and that might change the dynamic between you and the ESTP as well. If they see that you're trying your best and she's like continuing to be bothersome to you, then that'll help your cause. But I will say this, it's never a good idea to raise your voice if you're looking to attain any kind of outcomes. I might yell at people all the time, but if something is important and I need to attain an outcome, if I have time to think about it ahead of time and know that like I've got to keep my cool, then I generally can be very effective at not raising my voice. But the thing is, I get it. You're in the moment there, right? You're mad, so you yell at her. Good strategy is always to put the ball in their court like this. I'm bothered by Mia. How do you think I should approach this? To the person who's, it's like even the ESTP, right? If you're right about their type, which who knows. But if you're bothered by something, say, I'm bothered by Mia. In this case would be, I'm bothered by the fact you took that task from me. How do you think I should approach this? Because when you ask a question like that, then they're going to give you some kind of an answer. If if they take you seriously and go, oh, okay, well, I guess you're right, or whatever, or give you an answer, then that's one thing. If they don't give you a real answer, brush it off, dismiss it, or whatever, then you've got ammunition going forward. Every time you do that, make a note of it. I asked her on several different occasions when I was bothered by something, how does she think I should approach this? And she gave me these answers. I don't care, whatever she says, right? At that point, she's toast. Because instead of the management responding and reacting to you yelling at her, then if you do lose your cool the fourth time, let's say, and yell at her, even if that were to happen, in the aftermath of it, you'd have an opportunity to say, look, this conflict between us is something that I have made an effort to resolve. I pointed out I was bothered by this and asked her, how do you think I should approach this matter with you? She dismissed me. I was bothered when she ate my sandwich from the fridge. And I asked her, I'm bothered by you eating my sandwich. How do you think I should approach this problem with you? And she said, that's not your sandwich. I said, okay, well, I think it is. So how do you think I should approach this problem with you? Well, you're just wrong. And she stopped, stormed off. The third thing was, she took pictures of my ass when I was bending over. And I said, hey, that bothers me. How would you like me to approach this with you? And she said, your ass is mine to take as many pictures of as I want to. Well, if you try a few times to deal with her strategically with a plan in mind like that, well, then you're well served when your strategic approaches fail, because your big picture plan is then you go complain with these very concrete examples of how she's not being in any way cooperative in attempting to work with you. And you gotta set things up. Of course, when people are actually toxic, they're not going to answer questions. They don't like to answer questions. They'll just not answer it or dismiss you briefly, do something else, change the subject. They just won't be pinned down on things. It's a fundamental engine of toxicity is an inability to be held accountable. I'm going to turn off this light that I left on in the garage. All right, so listen, I know the Niners game's probably started or is starting soon. Do not tell me anything about it, please, because when we end the stream, maybe in 45 minutes or so, then I'll start the game from the beginning. So I don't want to know anything about it until then. That way I'll have some time saved up to fast forward through commercials and stuff, 45 minutes or so. Then I'll start the game. Thanks, Ruben R.
Yeah, it really is. Good advice on how to deal with that.
I mean, she's just talking about something she wants advice about. We're just a vent about. I don't know if she really wanted advice, but she got it anyway. She's just expressing shit that was bad that happened to her. It's a normal thing to do. We try to be encouraging for people who've had rough days around here. Jihad, thank you for complimenting my game plan. Becky, thank you for saying they were good ideas and suggestions. Yeah, Elaine put it in a more nice way than I put it. We're more than MBTI enthusiasts, we're family. And the thing is, this is only sort of MBTI channel. It is, according to the title, this live stream is supposed to be MBTI, but we're all over the place. If I wanted to have to color it within the lines, I would get a coloring book. And somebody to whip me when I went outside the lines.
So I was thinking yesterday about my top 5 songs, most played songs on Spotify, and how Adios was number 1. I never chose it. It was always on shuffle. So that means the shuffle played it a lot.
You like the song?
Yeah, I do. I like the album.
Yeah, I like the album too. And Audios has become, it's moved up in my estimation.
Cool.
Not like I always thought it was a great song. It just wasn't one of my preferred ones to listen to. And that may have had something to do with the video makes me feel a little motion sick.
Yeah.
So without the video, maybe I'd enjoy it more. It's fine, Hiralim. And it's fine, Becky T. Even if you do want to do that, that's totally fine. I am not worried about competitors.
Come a little closer.
I will not eat your dog, him.
She don't
want my love.
now I feel like a black out New York City.
Relax out when she said adios. Adios. Yeah, that's cool. It's only halfway serious. Halfway serious is also halfway folly. This lighter is always folly. That song is Adios by Johnny, Jawny. Here, I'll link you his YouTube channel. I think so highly, in fact, of his YouTube channel that I have it as one of my bookmarks at the top of my thing. And other bookmarks are either stuff for my channel or like big things like ESPN, Crunchyroll, Netflix, Hulu, stuff like that. We actually don't have Discovery anymore. Right? Don't think we need to get it, do you?
What?
Discovery Plus.
No.
I let it expire or whatever. I didn't put in new card information in.
We can watch it probably.
We have lots of other things to watch. And the
Mhm.
Naked and Afraid, it's like having Discovery Plus just for Naked and Afraid,
Uh-huh.
it seems kind of like an unnecessary indulgence.
Yeah, we did only watch it for Naked and Afraid.
Bam! Becky T, you just got yourself a wonder point
Mhm.
for teaching me a new word. Baby pickles are called gherkins.
Yeah, they are. They're German. German baby pickles.
Gherkins, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dutch.
Dutch. The pickled baby cucumber is a gherkin. Hmm.
My dad likes gherkins.
Well, keep that in mind. Now I have another word to rhyme with lurkin. Hmm. I've not heard that before, Rubenar. But remember earlier when I said, "Oh, you were lurking," and then I rhymed with twerking. Well, now if I had to do it over again, I would choose to rhyme it with gherkin. Were you just lurking, eating some gherkins? I guess that goes to show you how whether or not you know that word gherkin probably depends very much on whether your family bought them.
Yeah.
You know, because
That's
we
why.
bought pickles all the time. My family always had pickles, but we never bought those little baby
Oh
ones.
my god, yeah, my dad loves them. Loves gherkins. I'm not a huge fan. Those gherkins I'm thinking about when they're pickled, they're like in this like sweeter kind of. They're sweeter.
Naked and Afraid is disturbing. Some parts of it are a little disturbing. Like when they show them puking, I don't like that part.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Um, and you know the cameraman gets right up in there, just like I want to see every chunk in the puke.
It's awkward when they when the men will bend over and then like from the back you see them and like you can see the blurred out like area. It's like ew.
Do some types have more trouble than others fitting into the world? Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah, ew.
I mean, there's fitting into the world and there's succeeding in the world, and there's a variety of different ways of looking at that question. But, you know, ISTJs, I think, often have trouble with social stuff.
I
I
love tzatziki sauce.
I
That's the
think
main reason I get gyros. Sorry, I keep on talking at the same time as you.
that's
Sorry.
okay, darling. Um, you know, ESFPs, ENTPs, maybe ENFPs. I think we will all probably feel like we have trouble fitting in. Action types are most likely to be told they're too much, you know, in some way or another. But the thing that causes people, most of all, difficulties dealing with the world more than anything else is trauma. Trauma causes immense trouble dealing with the world.
Oh, waffles with tzatziki is good. And yes, trauma.
it does in all instances. So it's worst if you've got a lot of childhood trauma. You may never be able to live a normal life. Uh, like BPD people will never have a healthy relationship. It's
Do they have to like know that? Like you just like maybe think about Pete Davidson, like maybe he shouldn't be with this girl right now.
well, essentially what a BPD person has to do to be in a healthy relationship is to be emotionally detached, to not get close. And if you stay emotionally attached and don't get close, is that a healthy relationship? That's how they get to stay non toxic. That's for BPD specifically. But Cone Man's cool. I don't have any problem with Cone Man. His comment inspired this live stream here. I may take issue with a couple elements of his comment, but I generally approve of the overall tenor of it, I suppose. Just says there are a variety of things you have to be able to type successfully. I take exception to the idea that you can't ever do it perfectly. Like you can, I believe wholeheartedly at least that some typing sessions result in a definitive type that is correct for somebody else. You were going to say something?
Oh,
Can I sit with that?
yeah. Um, man, what's normal anyhow, and normal doesn't of necessity equal health or nice fight versus IDT. Um,
Well, when I said that, I guess I was uh, trying to say it in a nicer way than you will always be an abusive, toxic fuck.
if you don't do anything about it, um, what is normal anyhow is true to me.
A normal relationship doesn't feature an abusive, toxic fuck.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't include abuse. So Luminex, are you excited that it's officially Aquarius season? I am.
And as always, check your local fish stores because they should have a lot of aquariums on sale to take advantage of the zodiac similarity with the word aquarium.
No, I'm behind on like some internet talk. Lou.
IDT makes sense to be, I don't think, because IDKs, I don't know. Yeah, trauma is the worst thing that we all have to deal with. Some more than others, and some later than others. So I had a mostly trauma-free childhood, but incurred some trauma. But within a processable range. So I have some memories from childhood that still haunt me to today, but those are memories of me being cruel to somebody.
Oh.
They're not memories of cruelty done to me. Although I experienced some bullying, I didn't experience enough of it for it to be particularly damaging. What were you gonna say?
Um, I don't know.
Okay.
Trauma is a huge topic.
I'm gonna call you Triple H7, okay? That seems to be a easier way to say your name. Triple H7.
Triple H7, we are not actually eating anything at the moment.
We're just consuming liquids. Um, so the thing is, if you've got you've got deep kinds of childhood trauma. In other words, you didn't have an adult who loved, nurtured, and protected you, at least one, then you're going to be at best BPD. Well, okay, so let's start with the topic of child abuse. If you've been subjected to child abuse, uh, that means even if you had that, if you've been subjected to repeated child abuse, it means even if you had that one parent, they did not adequately love, nurture, and protect you, right? So, so the thing is, if you've experienced repeated child abuse, you're never going to have uh, a really healthy relationship. Is the best case scenario, and you may be deeply toxic. Hurt people, right? That's the universal rule is hurt people. It's true in the moment, and it's true in a larger sense. So if you are a hurt person because you were hurt badly in your developmental period of time, such that your architecture grew in distorted ways, you're missing the capacity to trust. Essentially, that's the number one thing that child abuse causes is it destroys in that person for the rest of their life their ability to trust, because in their childhood they're building their reality frame, their set of fundamental expectations of the world, and it and they move forward accordingly for the rest of their life. So I move forward accordingly for the rest of my life with the fundamental assumption that I can trust people, and and um, the possible deficit of trusting too easily, right? That's that's far better than being unable to trust. So,
I think that BPD is actually pretty common. Eric's, Kimberly, the guy that I dated, Harris, and now Liz too. That's three. Like that starts a pattern.
I mean, I don't know how common it is. I don't really know if that's relevant. I'm just starting at one end of a spectrum of abuse slash trauma and how people respond to it.
So, it is, yeah.
So in on the worst end of the scale, you've got people who've had that trauma and abuse in early childhood, and it's fucked them up for life. In milder instances, maybe you've got people who had a fine childhood, even maybe through middle school, and then got bullied a lot in high school. Okay, well, now you've got something that they may or may not be able to get over. It depends on how much support they have at home and a lot of other questions, right?
Yeah.
My mom was bullied a lot in high school. That thing I just said, although I wasn't aware of it when I was saying it, that was a description of my mom. But she got over it fine and went on to college and had a great life. So the point is, Lou, we don't really know how many people are BPD because of all people, except, I mean, maybe equivalently to narcissists, but I think even more so than that, BPD are the most extremely resistant to being diagnosed BPD.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the symptoms of it is that there's a pathological refusal to acknowledge that they are BPD.
Oh, so like for what's his name, Pete Davidson, to acknowledge that he has BPD is pretty big.
Right, that's what I was saying about it.
Yeah.
That's huge and unusual.
Mm-hmm.
and suggests he might have a mild case, you know?
I mean, Liz admitted it for a hot second, but then she went right back into her old ways. But she did admit that it's her problem. She has a problem.
Yeah, but like you said, that's not real accountability. That's faking out people who aren't her significant other, whether willfully or otherwise.
Yeah.
Do I think INFJs are the oddest type? I don't know what you think, Cone Man. But I don't think INFJs are very odd. I would not use the word odd to describe INFJs at all. You know, insightful, intuitive, but kind of the opposite of odd, like hip, on point. You know, like you might call this odd, although this is pretty hip and on point too.
It is.
But Rachel never even gets this odd, really. You know, she's got sculpted outfits, unless we're just chilling around the house. Even then, she's got not just any old sweats and stuff. You know, she has clothes that she specifically picked out for that purpose. And but when we go out, she always looks on point. You know, nobody would ever say it about her when we go out from anything she said or how she looked or anything she did. There's an odd woman. Nobody would ever say that about Rachel. No, I'm 13 years older.
Yeah, 13 years older. And are you just upset that we didn't kiss and hug on camera?
Yeah. Why are you so concerned about my marriage to my 39-year-old wife? Coman says INFJ may be more emotionally odd, not conventionally odd. I mean, I don't think an INFJ is emotionally odd. I think they're emotionally stunted, you might say. Like subjectively stunted, just like ENTPs are, in a different way. But, you know, the key thing about both INFJs and ENTPs is that we have weak relationships with the two subjective epistemology functions. I have fourth slot SI that makes both instrumental and weak, if you want to use that word. And then I've got polar FI. It's absolute, but it's blind. So my relationship with my subjective functions is very poor. If you try to get me to talk about how I'm feeling physically, okay, I can do that subjectivity. If you're trying to get me to talk about things that happened in the past, metaphysical SI, fine, I can do that. But if you're trying to get me to talk about my emotional state, or say my emotions from before, how did you feel back then when that happened, is an impossible question for me to answer, right? I'm never going to remember that kind of data. So Rachel's relationship with her subjective functions is actually even worse than mine because her SI is her most unconscious function, and her FI, while it's the most conscious of the unconscious functions, is countervalued. So even though she has sort of pseudo-conscious access to her own FI, she feels like anytime she's forced to use it, either because she's on mushrooms and it's making her cry, or because someone's crossed her boundaries and upset her for some
Mm-hmm.
reason, her first order of business is to criticize herself for having the emotion.
Yeah.
And this doesn't happen a whole ton of times because by and large she's very dry, you know. To the extent that she's wet, it's warm. Like she'll hug me and tell me she loves me and stuff like that. But when it comes to matters in general, she's very dry. If she's having to be un, if she's having to be kind of a negative emotion, that causes a great deal of conflict within
I
herself.
don't like it at all. I don't
Be-
like. I don't like that. I just like admit that either. Like I don't like that. I don't like it, but I don't like it. I just don't like it. I don't like that Joni Mitchell makes me cry like a fucking baby because those lyrics are so fucking sad. Ah, tugs at my heartstrings even now.
so, detached analysis is neither a general state nor a feeling. It's a process of parsing from a disinterested perspective. What number function makes you feel like an imposter using it? Hmm.
Bye, Lou. Have fun.
Yeah, have fun. Don't forget to dance and sing the night away. That's a
Really,
good
only
question. I'm thinking about this question. What number function makes you feel like an imposter using it? FE, oh, third slot for me.
hmm.
For me, I'd say third slot. If you're consciously, actively using it, you feel like you're forcing yourself.
Yeah, but sometimes I feel like FE is a little bit imposter-y for me too.
Maybe that's just FE. Um, I'm not sure there's an answer to that question. I know that you'll probably feel most at risk of getting exposed of your weakness in fourth slot, right? So
Oh, excuse me.
if if I learn that a given gig, short-term job is going to require me as part of maybe some kind of sleep study or something to keep a very rigorous schedule for weeks. I am going to go into that maybe optimistic that I can do it, but definitely afraid that my deficits are going to get exposed here because it's not really my strong suit, right? It's also the case that you could call like data entry, for example, as much an SI task as anything else, or maybe an SE task. You've got to. The point about data entry is that the job you're doing is entirely isolated in your experience. You're just experiencing doing this job, these tasks one over another, you get more and more familiar with. And the linkage of that
Hmm.
job to anything else is completely irrelevant to you doing the job. It's so in that regard, it's completely removed from the intuitive realm.
I mean, I don't feel really imposter-like about TI. Uh, I just use it to be fair about things.
Right, but if you were called upon to do a job
Mm,
where you were reading legal documents, let's say,
um,
and answering questions about them, you might feel like I'm pretty confident if they give me enough time to study it, I can do this.
mm-hmm.
A combination of my reading it multiple times and my intuition, I should be able to answer their questions about it. And In fact, you'll probably be right because they probably want to very sophisticated questions. But you'll probably also feel afraid of getting exposed if a hardcore TI
Yeah.
person comes in and starts asking tough questions.
Yeah.
Like, so you
And
said.
then I'll be like, no, I don't want to do this. I'm over this. Are we done with the questions?
I feel insecure about my looks mainly, but also about perceptions of my intelligence. Well, I think to a certain extent, everybody's insecure about their looks, but you could say that I don't know. It's hard to say. I think it's like I've been more or less insecure about my looks depending on time of my life too. I'm not very. I don't care about what I look like right now, obviously, or I'd get my teeth fixed. Um, but certainly there were times in my life when I did feel very insecure about my appearance. So
Me too.
um, I think being in a happy, healthy, loving relationship where your partner loves you for who you are and finds you sexy for who you are
Mm-hmm.
kind of uh, relieves a lot of that insecurity.
Yeah, it does.
Right. Well, I'm not now. Um, for one thing, it's like at a certain point in my years and years on YouTube, I came to understand that being a YouTuber afforded me some kind of weird status that translated into, say, dating capital, you know? And also as I got older and the women I was dealing with got older, I felt like um, on balance, each of them was less of a catch than before, and I was more of a catch. Because I had a nice beard to cover up my pointy face. Um, I had reasons to consider myself successful, and I had enough experience talking to people that I wasn't going to be as awkward as maybe I once would have been. You know? So all those things come into play as to whether or not I feel insecure about my looks. I only I only really conceivably would in a world where I was single. If I were single, I would get my teeth fixed. I guarantee you that. If I was single, I'd get them fixed because I wouldn't want to try to pick up on a chick like this. But maybe I'm doing Rachel a disservice accordingly by not getting them fixed. I don't know.
It's a service?
Yeah.
I mean, is it okay for me to say that I don't really care?
It is fine and appreciated, darling.
Yeah, I don't care at all.
Um. Well, not everyone disagrees about personality. The correct people all agree. Correct people include me and people who agree with me.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell if you're among the wrong people based on whether or not you agree with me and the people who agree with me. If you don't, then you're among those people who disagree about personality. Because you're not really talking about personality, you're just talking about some half-assery that you feel like playing with as though it were, you know, a squeaky toy that when you squeeze it, it says intuition.
Mm-hmm.
But that's, to me, that makes me mad because I believe, I don't believe, I am correct about everything I'm saying about typology, both as the meta frame, extremely important to understand correctly because it's extremely informative about all other questions. Not all other questions, but it's at least frame to contention level informative via shifting the frame to the individuals doing the thing, right? So, but for most questions of interest, it's extremely informative. And I'm claiming that it's it's a real thing that while we haven't yet figured out how to perfectly, we don't have a blood test for personality type yet, and maybe we never will, because of course it's a testing of consciousness. It's not a testing of biology. But that we will one day feel more broadly than just me that we can 100% agree on certain things, and we can 100% agree that these things are still a little mushy or whatever, that the primacy of what I'm saying, how I'm explaining it, the actual inherent primacy of Jung's cognitive function notion and the types that ensue therefrom, the combination of those two things, the fact that the Jungian typology universe, it just hits intuitively as correct with so many people because we've all seen these types out in the world. Some of us are good at recognizing our own type because we're very objective, and we'll also be probably pretty good at making observations about other people. We may not be good at typing them or anything. Others, more subjective types, we're very poor at potentially understanding our own type, because then you're not looking at yourself through a disinterested calculus. So it's ironic, but the people who have the worst subjectivities are going to be the best at typing themselves. The least likely to be dishonest with themselves or influenced by what they'd like to have happen rather than what actually is. The most important thing to remember is that people who don't want to be a certain type will find reasons to dispute a type they don't want to be. Of course, even that sentence, "you're not the type you want to be," is a crazy sentence, because what people want doesn't, it's like everybody is fundamentally the type they are. We always have been and always will be. Who they are is defined by who they are. It's an expression of a type, but it's unique at the same time, right? So whether or not like here I am, I'm talking and I'm behaving, I guess you could say, stereotypically ENTP-ish. But let's say the ENTP descriptions, instead of being positive, were written in a very negative light. ENTPs are ethically questionable types who often use words to dissemble and deceive others. Whether or not they are aware that they're doing so is somewhat open for debate. The predominant camp posits that, in fact, these sad beings don't know that they're coming across how they are, and are simply so inept in dealing with others' perceptions and feelings that they treat others as pawns in their word games with no notion of the damage they're doing, nor the awkwardness with which it's being perceived by others. The awkwardness that it's being perceived as by others. Let's say that's the type description. Well, I'm still an ENTP. Am I guilty of those things? I I mean, maybe sometimes or something. I don't know. The point is, I'm not worried about what some idiot wrote on a piece of paper about my type. Because type descriptions inherently are dumb, right? They are they are a way of avoiding the reality that a person's personality type is a configuration of cognitive functions. In other words, it's an attentional configuration that tells us how much time you spend paying attention in certain ways, how that plays out in terms of priorities, values, or say an approach to a given problem, something like that. But it doesn't tell you that, oh, they're an entertainer. Oh, they're the protector. No, it doesn't tell you that. And remember that most of the people that most people type are people that they don't have nearly enough data on to posit a type for. Like, I think celebrity typing is generally ill-advised. I get it's fun, but it reinforces the idea that I can be meaningfully informed by a conclusion I shouldn't deem conclusive. I mean, I guess it's fine if you do it conditionally. Well, if he were an ESTP, that would be consistent with these observations I make. That's a safe enough thing to say, I guess. But what keeps dragging typology to the bottom of the ocean and sucking me into its corresponding whirlpool is the equivalent of quantum woo, you know? Quantum physics is a real thing. Deepak Chopra's use of quantum woo does not mean anything. The analogy here is perfect. What I'm doing is real, actual case building, actual intellectual work, defining terms, you know, describing information flows and a possible way to simulate it, fields, objects, vectors, yeah, right? But my words are drowned in the din of Deepak Chopra's quantum woo. What do you got in the bowl? Deepak Chopra's quantum woo? Are you gonna eat it? Yeah, maybe. We'll find out afterwards, right? Well, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sit across the room from it and see if it comes back over here. What do you guys think about that joke? What are you gonna do with that bowl full of Deepak Chopra's quantum woo? Well, I'm gonna sit it across the room from me and see if it comes back. Quantum physics joke. Let me look at some of the text in this stream that I might find amusing to meow. Okay. Oh, a text? Hold on. Be ready for a momentary buffering. I don't see any text message. All right, let me go up a bit here. I'm full on Delulu. 10 out of 10 would recommend. You don't seem insecure about your look today. Can I be nosy? Yes. I want to get implants. I don't necessarily need to get all my teeth. I just need a certain number of them so it doesn't look so toothless, and so I can chew a bit. I look okay, but getting older, and I've done weights, so body okay. Well, why are you insecure about your looks then? It's something I deal with guilt or fear of being too happy. I mean, I'm afraid of too much good fortune in a row, you know. It's good to have some bad fortune too on occasions. Testicle implants. No, I don't need nor want testicle implants. Becky says she's ENFP. And she's, I guess, because she prefers that type description. I judge on looks too much, I think, says Conan 3. Conan, you are so hot, says Becky. Trust me, I know about this. Your vibe will attract more chicks than anything else. That's true, Hero Lamb. I agree with you. As somebody who attracted chicks with nothing but my vibe / having a YouTube channel, I can assure you that, you know, you don't have to be who's a super handsome guy. You don't have to be Brad Pitt to attract women. Well, vibe is for people who already believe in their reproductive viability in full. You know, if you already believe that you're a hot commodity and will have no problem landing a woman, then you're going to carry yourself accordingly. We'll look at your text in a bit. That's an awesome toy. What's an awesome toy? Most people are attracted to people who they think don't need them and are higher value, it seems. I don't know about that. Eric ignored show media message from earlier. You're slacking. Okay, I'm sorry for slacking. Make it, Eric. Make what? People are attracted to good-looking people or people they admire. Frown, frown. Mm-hmm. You used to do a series called Debate Police, by the way. I haven't watched any videos yet, but it seems interesting. Yeah, well, then I realized it just like going and watching other people's videos where they're trying to either explain things or make some kind of advocacy, it just makes me too angry. People do such a terrible job of it. People are attracted to Effie Dom, sure, and Effie Tool, you know. Rachel was super sweet. That's what attracted me to her, and super hot, of course, but I fell in love with her after like 3 conversations at most, you know.
Me too.
We are listening to you here, Lam. I agree with you. INFJ struggle with being in moment and being dynamic with normal dynamics. I would say that's probably not true. Rachel stays in the moment fine. You know, sometimes she's in the moment on her phone. Yeah. Sometimes she's in the moment paying attention. Whatever she's paying attention to has her full attention. She can't split her attention at
No,
all.
I'm not a multitasker.
Um,
Oh, meow.
I think
What's
INFJs
meow?
don't struggle with being dynamic with social dynamics. They just may find them tiresome. Uh, are you okay, Daddy? Are you ALR? I'm not sure what ALR means. I'm not your daddy, and yes, I'm okay. I say INFJ not good at life craft. Well, it depends on the INFJ, of course. Uh, they're not awkward. They are rather abstract. Um, I really think FI people probably all look alike and are harder to tell apart. Nope, not definitely not true. Like the difference between, say, an extroverted intuition dom and an extroverted sensing dom is a very clear, bright line. I mean, I don't like my type, but it's paradoxical to not accept it. Right. You are the type you are. To to think that you you want to be a different type means you don't want to be yourself. And even if you don't want to be yourself, there's no help in it. We all got to be ourselves. You might not like the way that type name is generally described around the internet. And so you might say, I don't want to be that type because I don't like those type descriptions. But remember, those type descriptions are just somebody doing what I did earlier as an example, right? I gave an example of how if you wanted to, you could write a fully negative type description of an ENTP. It wouldn't change the fact that I'm an ENTP, nor would it change the fact that I'm me or how I am or anything. Just as if there was super positive type description, it wouldn't change anything. So yes, it's unfair that like ESFPs, for example, get a bunch of shitty type descriptions written about them and then feel like they don't want to be that. But remember, that's not anything. That's just idiots writing type descriptions. You don't want to be what the idiot says you are? Don't worry. Nobody is ever what the idiot says they are. INFJs don't wear a mask, but can see behind masks of others. Oh, yeah. Come, man. Why do you have to say so many things that I have to correct? Yes, INFJs don't have anything underneath the mask. In fact, they're constantly wearing a mask. INFJs, except I am very close and intimate with Rachel, and so I get to see her more vulnerable side. I get to see her express to me worries, concerns, and stuff like that. But the rest of the world, INFJs are they convey the following at all times: coolly, pleasantly interested. You know, maybe if they're really having a great time, you'll hear them authentically laugh. You know, well, it's not an ego defense shield. What you're calling ego defense shield is FE. Okay, um, and yes, INFJs use FE all the time. What is likely to correlate with, say, calling FE an ego defense shield is, say, 6 slot FE, 7 slot FE. Those things are likely to interpret it as that. How do you differentiate? Well, by giving tests that um, provide you an opportunity to demonstrate extroverted intuition. Multiple tests give you that opportunity that ask of you to do so. And then it's very, very clear the difference between people who have it in the first or second slot and people who have it in, say, the eighth slot. Because I really think I'm an any dom because I can think about different subjects that are not related together. and because people always accuse me of being random. Well, the thing is, extroverted intuition is a skill, Becky T. So, as an extroverted intuitor, I'm able to rattle off all these long explanations. I'm able to make jokes and try to be at least likable in front of the camera at the same time, but maybe not always. Regardless, I'm never at a loss for words. If you were to say to me, Eric, make up a poem right now about carpet, bananas, and uh, and a Samsung Galaxy. 4 lines, they have to rhyme. Carpet, bananas, and a Samsung Galaxy, huh? Carpets are the things upon the floor. Unlike a Samsung Galaxy, you whore. Bananas are what go up in your butt. So stop pretending like you don't know what. There, I used all 3 words in 4 lines of poems, and the lines rhyme. And I just made it up on the fly. I made up all 3 words on the fly. There's no preparation error or anything. When I asked you last time something like that, you did not want to even attempt to answer it, right? But any Dom would delight in answering it. Carpets, banana, galaxy, flying carpets fly. Okay, well, that's not dominant extroverted intuition. That's definitely not dominant extroverted intuition. That doesn't even, none of that rhymes, Becky. I said 4 lines, rhyming, use those 3 words. I did mine in perfect metered verse. I didn't even ask that of you. Just rhyming 4 lines, use those 3 words. What you did, that is just writing words down one at a time, unrelated to each other. That's not dominant extroverted intuition. Okay? It's not. All right, I will check now the thing. Fine. Well, Spacey's into Axis 12, right? Okay. Right. They wouldn't be difficult conditions for an any DOM or an any tool user. For example, when I asked you an equivalent kind of question last time when you came around saying you were an ENFP, Acacia hammered out a full poem just like I did, just on the fly. And it displayed an equivalent deftness with language. And remember, extroverted intuition is a language function. It's the creative language function. It's not just quantity, it's quality that matters, Becky. So for example, extroverted intuition is a way of intuiting that deals with disparateness. How different can these things be from each other? So, if you ask an extroverted intuitor to tell a story about 2 alligators going to play ping pong, it's going to go very differently than, say, your story. So my story about 2 alligators going to play ping pong is going to sound like it's going to be rich in terms of details, and it's going to be rich in terms of disparateness of ideas. It's going to jump around to interesting spots, and it's going to develop different things, and it's going to all be on the fly, and it's not going to be any problem at all, right? So, like, for example, there were 2 alligators, one of whom predictably was named Allie, but the other of whom predictably was named Albert. And Allie and Albert were going on a first date. Ali had met Albert earlier that day at the local subway. They had bumped into each other, both ordering exactly the same sandwich, and said, maybe we should go out. And so Albert suggested ping pong. Anyway, Albert and Ali went to go play ping pong at the local community center, which featured multiple ping pong tables that you could use if you reserved a table or if you walked in and no one was using one. And you simply had to leave your ID, and they'd even lend you paddles and a ping pong ball. So the alligators went in there, and they walked up to the counter, and the person behind the counter did not see them because obviously they're really close to the ground, you know. And he was just like chilling. He had an earbud in one ear. His name was Craig. He was working at the community center, you know. And he was like, yeah, love is all you need. Love. He was listening to the Beatles. And then he heard, excuse me. It was Ali. And he's like, yeah, who's there? I don't see anybody. Because they were down on the floor, you know. And then Albert said, down here. And he looked over and was like, oh, alligators. Wow, we don't get a lot of alligators here at the community center. And Albert said, yeah, well, we'd like to play ping pong. He's like, all right, well, you got to leave your ID. So Albert panicked for a moment because he'd forgotten his ID at home. Fortunately, Ali, who had her purse with her, a very striking green purse that matched her skin, took out her ID. But again, there's no way for them to reach up to the counter to provide the person their ID. So he had to walk out from behind the counter, get the ID from her. And at that point, he's like, don't you guys need to be in water or something? And Albert's like, no, that's a myth. We like water, but we could live on land 100% of the time if we wanted to. I was like, well, you learn something every day. So then Ali and Albert went to the ping pong table, and they're like, all right, the same time so that we don't move the table. And then they both ripped up with their feet onto the table like that. And the weight of both of them, both ends, made it so the table didn't move either direction, right? And they leaned their chest on the ping pong table, the edge of it, right? And then with their very little arms, Albert he hit it over the net, and unfortunately, it went right past Ali's ping pong paddle and onto the floor because her arms were equally short, you know. And so, all right, let's both get down at the same time so it doesn't flip up in the air, you know. And so they both humped and got down. She got the ping pong ball. They got back up. She served at the time and went right out the table. And they looked at each other and they said, you know what? Lesson learned. Ping pong is a terrible first date for alligators. The end. Not for me. Would you like me to do it by typing it into the chat? I could take another story and I could just whip it right out into the chat. No problem. The point is, Becky, no matter how much you want to try to create the appearance of disparateness, it's not also coming along with the SI that provides all that level of detail, right? So it's not just about, hey, I'm going to be weird and say different weird things. The extroverted intuition, Dom, has introverted sensing on the same axis. It's in the fourth slot, but it's skewed towards the metaphysical. So I'm going to remember instances like I was visualizing, I was telling the story, a rec center I used to go to in Sierra Madre. That's where extroverted intuition gets its quantity and disparateness, because your particular experiences provide non-universal things and plenty of details, endless details, right? And then the extroverted intuition makes it interesting by, you know, thinking of possible things like the idea for the story in the first place, right? Two alligators go to play ping pong. It's if you were to hear it in a vacuum, you'd say, "Oh, that's a very NI concept, Eric." Except it's not. It's a variation on a peacock and a lady go to a bowling alley. I didn't want to. I didn't want to use bowling alley again, so I went with ping pong. That naturally made me remember the rec center where they had ping pong tables, or blah 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 blah. That's how extroverted intuition and introverted sensing work together to create an endless flow of words, ideas, and disparateness. So now, if right now what you're doing is like, fuck this, I'm gonna show them, and you're recording a video where you're pattering and spitting out long strings of ideas with lots of details and fanciful stories with twists and turns and there's no problem generating an endless flow of it, and you want to demonstrate it right now, maybe you're an indie dumb then. If instead you're trying to say, these are the reasons why I can't do this, then you're definitely not. Because any doms like to show off their innie, as I just did, right? I enjoyed showing off my innie. Nothing could be easier for me than extrovertedly intuiting, because that's my dominant function. That's who I am, you know. I could, if I had to extrovert into it, a good story for you in smoke signals. A keyboard would not interfere with my ability to spew words. Just as it didn't interfere with Acacia's ability to do so. If you had stuck around after I asked the question last time, you would have seen Acacia's answer. You could compare yours to hers and mine. The point is, like, why would anybody want to be an ENFP who doesn't have extroverted intuition as a dominant function? It's not even possible to be that. And you're just going to the extent that you think you're an ENFP, you're just going to feel you compare very poorly against actual ENFPs if you compare yourself against them. You know, you're always ill advised to compare yourself against individuals of other types than your own, because they've got their own modality. It's totally distinct from yours, you know? Of course, the problem everybody has is if they're going to compare themselves against another meow type, is it's very difficult to know who's what type in this environment if you're trying to research it to get answers like Rachel does, you know? She'll look at various places to see what do people generally say this person's type is. And sometimes it's right and sometimes it's not, you know. But it does make it a challenge for you to know, like, okay, I'm going to check to see if I'm an ENFP or an ESFP by watching this YouTuber. Because that YouTuber who claims she's an ENFP is very likely not, you know? So I get that it's challenging. If you're trying to gather a bunch of data that is suggestive of one case or the other, then you're going to just get more and more confused. Because typology, kind of uniquely among paradigms, is a place where searching more sources doesn't serve you well, it serves you poorly. Could you stop that, please?
I'm sorry, I didn't even.
Here in typology, you've got defensible typology surrounded by mountains of garbage. So you're not going to get good information other places. I get it. That doesn't stop people from seeking information from other places because there's the scope of the information I provide is of a certain kind, you know? And it's not necessarily the kind of information people want. People want to hear nice things about the type they think they are and then go, yeah, I am cool like that. People love that. My strategy or my approach is we're best served if we're going to talk about types at all like that rather than functions and stuff is to talk about types exclusively in terms of their deficits, how they suck. Then nobody wants to be any type. How about that? We should exclusively talk about why each type sucks. It is true that INFJs can struggle from a lack of TE, but remember, FE tool is a very effective interface function, and it's at least as effective as TE in making inroads in the world. Being likable is an extremely powerful asset. Becky, I don't know if you're healthy or not. That's one question, okay? The question of whether or not you're an ENFP is a separate question. So, in other words, there's no way it's possible that you could be an ENFP who types exactly as an ESFP because of your unhealthiness. It doesn't work like that. I mean, you have a bunch of individuals come in the world who are, making content representing a certain type. I think none of them have gotten together and said, let's do this, Instead, you've got a mishmash of people who are right and people who are wrong about their own type, making content for various reasons. You've got people like Marty who insists he's an INFJ and he's almost certainly an ESFP, but I'm not exactly sure what his type is, but there's zero chance he's an INFJ. And it's inconceivable how he could possibly have typed himself as such. You got C.S. Joseph, who thinks he's an ENTP, even though he's clearly a TE Dom. You got Melissa Tox, who thinks she's an ENTP, even though she's clearly either an ESFP or an ESTJ. You got Club ENTP, who thinks he's an ENTP. He's clearly an ESFP. But that doesn't mean everybody who calls themselves an ENTP is wrong. Like, Jack from Socionics, he says he's an ENTP, and he is. Becky, Planet Catch Up, says she's an ENTP, and she is. KE refuses to say she's an ENTP, but she definitely is. She's always telling people she's an ESFP. Oh, he's gone now? Okay. Well, whatever. He's just one of the people I remember because he was so dramatic, Well, when I'm telling you you're an ESFP, what I'm telling you is that you are TI polar and not an NE Dom. So that necessarily makes you an ESFP. Yeah,
Isn't it
exactly what Elaine said.
Isn't it hard to type people through chat?
I typed Becky actually
Oh.
before. I've
Oh.
actually typed her before.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought so.
No, fuck you.
Oh, that really sucks. Why'd you do that?
Oh, fuck you. That boy
That's
Klaus.
like the one thing he asked not.
Well, he wasn't here when I asked it. Is the problem, right? Not your fault. You didn't know that I was saving up time. Well, now I just have to watch the second half. There's no point in watching the first half. And that's fine. That's fine. I'll tell you what, that boy Klaus, you can make up for your totally innocent mistake by telling me when halftime's over. What do you say? Do we have a deal? Then I'm going to end streaming and we'll watch the second half. If we don't have a deal, I'll just have to pay attention myself. I understand, that boy Klaus, you don't want that responsibility put on your shoulders. I get it. I retract the request. Well, I don't have a clear way to tell if somebody's SE first, right? So the thing is, there are holes in what you can type for that are specific to the kind of attention you're dealing with. I have some questions that I can use to determine SE somewhat, like questions about procrastination. But people are notoriously bad at self-reporting about that kind of thing, because if a if an ISTJ puts off fixing the toilet for a day, he calls himself a terrible procrastinator. you know. So uh, the thing is, yeah, I don't blame you, that boy Klaus. I realized I was being a fool as soon as I issued the request. I would hate to have somebody request that of me. You want me to remember something for you? Remind you of something? Well, I wouldn't count on it. So, we have to we have to we have to deal with what we have good solid tests for and use process elimination for the other stuff. If I got to deal with people in person, there might be other kinds of SE tests I could do. I'm not sure. Uh, SE, I can learn about it in terms of people's relationships to values of impact in comparison to other values. Um, but even then, people define those terms so differently, like impact, that it's tricky business trying to determine where SE is. You're much better off, for example, first figuring out whether they're NI front stack or SI front stack. Once you've got that down, then if you know they're NI front stack, they're definitely SE front stack somewhere. Yeah, because I got YouTube TV recording the game for me. I was gonna start it at the beginning, but now that I know it's only 7-6 at half, I don't mind the fact that I missed the first half. I'm glad you showed up. Actually, I might have just completely forgotten about it and kept live streaming.
Really, I was thinking about it.
Well, it's 3 a.m. in Morocco. Well, in Morocco, that's when the nightlife really gets going. It's 3 a.m. It's an unusual place, Morocco. Well, I agree with you, Carlos Paiva. Um, as I've indicated many times, uh, I don't have a perfect system, just the best one available. Exactly, Jihad. 3 a.m. is when Moroccans rock the Casbah.
Mm-hmm.
That's when the Casbah really gets going. You make a very valid point, Carlos. I would love to be able to have more legitimate validation of my testing mechanisms and less relying on the things I know that haven't been validated against the thing I'm inferring from them, right? I get what you're saying completely. But Purdy threw a pick six ball, but it was dropped by the Packer. Moody missed an easy field goal at the end of the half. It's pretty rainy, fun game. Who is Moody's whose field goal kicker is Moody? Green Bay's been to the red zone 3 times, but only had 6 points. So, well, yeah, right, sure. There is some cross validation, but ideally, what you do if you wanted to really validate shit is you'd test one group of people for just like if you had two equally good testers, test one group of people for just, or you just provide them each the same protocol for just one function. And then you have the other person blindly test for another function that's inferred by the one that was tested for. So like if I test TI in group one, I'm going to get results that are either one or two, polar, or something else. If it comes up polar, then say you test for uh, extroverted intuition, and if the TI polar test is correct, it will always be either very strong or neither one, two, or polar. So it'll either be one or two or something else. It'll never be polar. There are questions about procrastination, questions about values, like what's more important to you as a value, or which value do you think you more uphold in the world? The ability to create impacts with a single action, or the ability to be reliable over time? Of course, depending on a person's context, it's going to be a tricky answer to make a lot of information out of. No, it's not actually, Becky. There was this guy named Sauce who was an ENFP that used to be around the channel, and we did some videos together, in fact. And we'll go back and forth exactly like each other in those storytelling things. You would not be able to tell which one's the ENFP or which one's the ENFP at all until you start asking kind of TI stuff, get into politics or whatever. Then you can tell the difference, no problem. But his NE was indistinguishable from mine as long as you didn't include it was just making up wacky stories and stuff. No, he was definitely an ENFP. He was TI polar, but an extroverted intuition dominant. So he and I clashed a lot because he'd have his bullshit ENFP political nonsense, and I'd ask hard questions and he'd pivot out of them and say, you're just engaging in black and white thinking, etc. He was definitely an ENFP. And his NE isolated and my NE isolated were indistinguishable. Yeah, they're there somewhere.
I'm so tired. Like I'm definitely gonna watch the game, but after that game, I'm out. I'm so tired.
Sure. Okay, well, I'm going to wrap this up then, because we're going to get ready for the second half of football, and
Well, we can.
I can see if it's on yet. In fact, we could just have a watch party too.
We
You know,
could.
we could just continue as a watch party. Is fine. That would require us to mute the TV, but that's fine too. Um, it appears to still be halftime, as some newscaster is talking about election coverage for California votes. Yeah, all right, let's do the watch party then. That's fine. And like my neighbor Les, he's an ENFP for sure, and he talks more than I do, and you know, in great expansive ways. All right, so we will do a watch party then. COVID-19 vaccines. Hear one mom's story whose child may have been hurt during trials. Oh, that's terrible. TND features 4,000 local journalists like Jan Jeffcoat and Angela Brown. Not to mention doing stories like on product recalls. Wow. The National Desk is something I want to watch weekday mornings at 5 a.m. Yeah, I could change the title of the stream to Niners Watch Party. That seems fair. Actually, I'm not sure I can. Maybe I can by doing this. Edit. I said edit. There. Niners Watch Party. Go football. There are all these names with white, black, and brown, but why is there no one named Mark Yellow? Good question. Elaine, Elaine, Elaine. You are being lame. You need to eat more cheese, or else you'll break your knees because of osteoporosis from the lack of dairy. All right, so I've changed the title of this. Now we're coming into the second half here. I'm going to put on the closed caption so we can see what the announcers are saying. It's a one-point game.
Looks like it's raining like crazy.
It was raining rather hard when I was out earlier.
I believe it. Oh, maybe it's not anymore.
Aaron Andrews is reporting from the sidelines right now. This is a Niners home game, of course, because the Niners have home field throughout the playoffs. Oops, somebody got in trouble. You're more than just lust objects? All right, here we go. Brock Purdy under center for the Niners, who have the ball to start the second half. Play clock running down. Purdy takes the snap, hands it to McCaffrey, who goes nowhere. He gets swallowed up in the backfield by a bevy of Green Bay Packers. So, obviously, The Niners are looking a little concerned on the sideline.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's going on? Why aren't we winning this game
Yeah, they
more
are.
decisively?
Yeah.
Ruben's got me thinking more about looking at football players' body language. Now, Purdy's back in the pocket. He throws the ball. It's a completion. Appears to be to Debo Samuel. Or is that Brandon Ayuk? I'm not sure who that is. Anyway, the pass was completed over the middle for about a 6 yard gain. Should bring up about a 3rd and 4 for the San Francisco 49ers here at the start of the second half. While we are enjoying this game, we'll enjoy my commentary. Thank you, Deadboy Klaus. Purdy back in the shotgun takes the snap from center now. Ayuk in motion. The ball ends up going to Ayuk, who fails to catch it. I'm not sure if you can blame that on Purdy or Ayuk in that situation. I'll have to see the replay. Here comes number 11 across the field, and blame that on Purdy and an uncalled grab by the Green Bay DB. Probably not enough to warrant a pass interference call. I don't blame them for not throwing the flag, but it probably was enough to influence the likelihood of Ayuk catching that ball. So perhaps it should have been called a pass interference call. Ray McLeod, is that who that person was with the long hair? I thought it was Ayuk. I couldn't see the name on the back because his hair covered it. Well, now we're going to commercial. After San Francisco punted the ball, Green Bay fair caught the punt, and it's time for the offense and defense to switch places. The offensive players for the Niners will go stand on the side, while the defensive players for the Niners come out onto the field. Concurrently, the opposite will happen with Green Bay, as their offense will take the field as their defense goes to stand on the sidelines. Once these commercials are over, Green Bay quarterback Jordan Love will put his hands lovingly between the legs of his center and ask for the ball with a gentle hike. Thus will begin the Green Bay Packers' first drive of this second half as we muse and meander our way through the myriad commercials that demarcate the change of possession from offense to defense for both teams. Well, for one team and defense to offense for the other. Now we're going to enjoy a Sapphire Reserve commercial where a rather sharp dressed young man appears to be riding burros in the mountains as part of his spa vacation that also featured stones being placed on his back. Now we're enjoying some advertising for a car, namely a GMC. It's actually a truck, I see now, not a car. And it looks like a fine truck. I'm sure it's extremely expensive. Cars these days are super pricey. But, GMC, they claim to be professional grade. So if you're a professional driver, I guess you should get one. If you're an amateur driver like me, you'll make do with your Mini Cooper. Underdog headlines, announces the television. Packers spread opens in double figures. 7-seeded Packers embraced naysayers. Resilient Packers welcome great challenge. All right, well, Jordan Love, now's your time to shine. Under center, he takes the snap, drops back to pass after the play action, drops it across the middle to his tight end, number 85. I'm assuming that's his tight end. Looks like a tight end. And they got most of the distance to gain. We're going to have a 2nd and 3. They're gathering together in kind of a backwards huddle where they can more quickly transition to the front of the line. Jordan Love takes the snap and hands it off to his running back, who stops short of the first down marker by the 49ers, but who gains approximately 2 yards on the run, bringing up a very makeable 3rd and 1. While we're waiting for the Packers to break huddle, I just want to send a quick thanks to our sponsor, Soothing Voice Balm. Jordan Love, now in the shotgun on 3rd and 1, brings in the receiver on the motion, hands the ball off, and the running back ekes out a first down just past the line to gain. In fact, one of the officials is spotting it directly on the line to gain. And here in the replay, you see numbers 97 getting pretty good penetration, and but not able to stop the Green Bay runner short of the line to gain. Here, Jordan Love under center. Everybody in pretty tight. He takes the snap. He fakes the handoff and gives it to the end around. The receiver, number 11, takes it on the end around and either picks up the first down or gets very close. That seemed to fool the Niners, even though it's not that complicated a trick play, really. It's just a play action into an end around, you know. Number 97 equals Nick Bosa. Okay, thank you. All right, Jordan Love approaches center again. He's got his hands under his center's legs. He's motioned the receiver, actually the tight end, and after a fake pass to that tight end, he threw it back on a poorly designed screenplay. It was doomed from the start. It was especially doomed because he didn't even catch it in bounds. He put it, I don't know why he caught it like that. He put his leg way out of bounds. Now Jordan Love is going to take it from the shotgun. He's motion up. The officials run in. Everybody stop what you're doing. Something's going on here, they say. We'll find out what that something is in a moment. All right, so number 50 is being taken off the field and replaced by number 73 for the Green Bay Packers. And Tom is apparently the name of number 50, says on the back of his jersey there, Tom. I don't know if that's his last name or if they decided to make an exception for him and put his first name on the back. But it's still 3rd and 1. So it must have been some kind of an equipment issue or a concussion check or something. And Green Bay is once again on 3rd and 1 in the shotgun. You might find that surprising, but in a tight formation. They've got one wide out, slightly off the line, but other than that, it was pretty much a big formation, as they say. Anyway, Jordan Love got his first down. And they did it out of shotgun. Oh, no, he didn't get it. He didn't get it. If I were the Packers, I would challenge that spot, I think. I think he definitely got it. But I guess if the Packers don't want to challenge it, they're going to challenge it. At least somebody took a timeout. Yeah, they're going to challenge the spot. And they should. Because Jordan Love obviously got the first down. Anybody who thinks Jordan Love did not get the first down on that play is literally blind. Okay? I'm doing fine, Millie. And how are you, my young pal? And of course, Green Bay won that challenge because it was a terrible, terrible spot. I would never have spotted it there from my angle on TV. Obviously, the referees, they don't have the same angle I have watching on TV. But that one, I don't know how they ended up spotting it there. All right. Now it's first and 10 for the Packers. They're on the 45, their own 45-yard line. Now there's another interruption as the officials once again run in. Say, stop what you're doing, everybody. We have important things going on again. Well, what could possibly be going on now, officials? Some sort of game clock issue? Gonna tell them to put 1 second back on the clock? What's the dealio, Rogelio? All right, now we're back to the action. Jordan Love up under center. Man in motion. He pitches, it's fumbled. The Niners swallow him up for at least a 10-yard loss, but there is a flag on the play. We'll have to see what the men in stripes say this time. Oh, it's raining good, I guess. Or maybe that's wind. Oh, yeah, I guess that's wind. It's not rain. It's the sound of wind. It's the sound of Wendy. When she's windy, she is wind. She's always breaking wind again. Okay, Jordan Love in the shotgun, drops back. Niners not getting very good penetration into the backfield. Number 57 for the Niners, though, does make the tackle after a short gain after Jordan Love drops the pass off to number 83 near the sideline. Uh-oh, is that a face mask? That is a face mask. Uncalled, I guess. They didn't call it. No harm, no foul, as Chick Curran used to say. All right, Jordan Love back in the shotgun on this extended drive, drops way back and throws it all the way down the field to his receiver, who was not very open, but who drew an obvious pass interference penalty as the Niners safety wasn't watching the ball and well, he was watching the ball okay, but he just kind of ran him over and just grabbed him for no reason, way before the ball got there. It's unexplainable, inexplicable, whatever you want to say. All right, Green Bay dropping into the shotgun again. Jordan Love fakes the handoff, kind of a half-assed fake, but resulted in a touchdown nevertheless. I guess the Niners bought on that. He barely even tried to sell the play action. But Bo Melton, number 80, was wide open in the end zone and did get both feet down, yes. So I'm sure the fans in Santa Clara are sitting in stunned silence right now, though I cannot hear the television, as San Francisco is about to fall behind to Green Bay by 6 points. Green Bay is apparently electing to not go for two here. Could be a fake extra point, but seems unlikely. And very poor strategy to get 2 points on a 2-point conversion. A fake extra point, you know. But yeah, they just kicked the extra point. Instead of making it a 7-point game, it's just a 6-point game. So if the Niners were to score a touchdown and kick the extra point, they'd have a 1-point lead, which is why you would normally expect Green Bay to probably go for two there, but they're taking a more old school approach, which is let's deal with that when we have to, not lose an extra point already and lose yet another point, you know. I kind of like that strategy for 2 point conversions. Nowadays, everybody goes for two if anytime there's it's like that. And it's like that. Almost every time they'll go for two. If if the touchdown plus the extra point puts you up six, they'll go for two. Didn't used to be like that. And another thing I don't approve of in contemporary coaching is I think way too many coaches go for it on fourth down within field goal range. If you're within field goal range and it's not fourth and inches, fucking take the points. For fuck's sake, take the points, right? And then I've seen coaches, they kick a field goal, they get a 5-yard penalty on the defense, and they take the points off the board and start playing offense again. Too much can go wrong. You just got 3 points, Leave it on the board. Don't take your first down and now have, first and 10 from the 25. Like, you could get the ball picked off, you could get stopped again and miss the field goal. It's like, take the fucking points. But, that's me. That's not contemporary football coaches. The hot word in football coaching these days is aggressive, We're going to be aggressive in this game. It means we're going to go for it on fourth a lot, I guess, That's not necessarily aggressive. A lot of times it's just dumb. You got to remember that one thing that's always possible when the other team is on offense is that you can get a turnover. You can punt deep. They can muff the punt, Don't put your defense in such a bad spot all the time, contemporary coaches. All right, back to the football game. After a very long commercial break, which included plenty of high quality sports commentary by Eric regarding the kicking game in contemporary football. I hope you all enjoyed it. I wonder what Annabelle Moody's message was. Oh. Well, that's not true. I want to see me smoke. I'm not nobody. All right. The Niners, 1st and 10 from their own 25. Purdy up under center, takes the snap, drops back to pass, finds his receiver in the middle of the field for a short gain of about 4 yards, probably a forward progress, maybe 5 yards. So at least they have a completion under their belt on this drive, and hopefully will find some rhythm to their offense, which heretofore in the season has performed quite well. All right. So the Niners' first line of scrimmage, Purdy in the shotgun sends the second halfback out to the wideout position on the right side of the field. Purdy dropped back. Oh, terrible. Purdy dropped back to pass and I think at the last second decided it was unwise to throw it to number 23 and just threw it way over his head. Number 23 was maybe not that open, but it's hard to say if Purdy second-guessed himself and said, nah, I'm not going to throw it to him, or if he just wildly misfired on that pass because it was nowhere close to the receiver. Purdy in shotgun on 3rd and 6. Takes the snap, drops back to pass, throws the ball, hits number 85, George Kittle, who breaks his first tackle and barrels down the field for a large gain. Good job, Mr. Kittle. You did a fine job as a tight end on that play. As you see in the replay here, he's got a little crossing route, little slant right across the middle, and the linebacker drops him, and the other linebacker doesn't pick him up, and then misses the tackle. And and then out of bounds, number 15 and number 37 are having a bit of a tiff. They are pushing, they are shoving, they are not loving each other properly. Now, number 44 moves from the tight end position to the fullback position as Purdy takes the snap under center with the lead blocker fullback McCaffrey busts out into the open and breaks through the Green Bay defense all the way for a touchdown. Christian McCaffrey, number 23, once again proving he is the shit. Well, Green Bay, now you're thinking maybe you should have kicked those. You should have tried the 2-point conversion because you're about to go down by a point. You were up by 6 points. You could have been up by 7 if you had made the 2-point conversion. Now you're going to be down by 1 point. Down by 1 point is not that much different than down by 2 points. So maybe in this instance, Green Bay, you should have tried the 2-point conversion because we're already halfway through the third quarter. Well, with a close-up replay of McCaffrey's face as he sprints into the end zone, past the official, all the way to victory, we segue now to commercial. So, what shall we discuss during this commercial break? Last time we discussed the contemporary approach to the kicking game in the modern NFL, namely the movement towards going for it more often on fourth down, punting less often, kicking fewer field goals. And this notion that to be a good coach, you have to be aggressive. I think they've gone a little too far with that stuff, I don't think it serves the team well often.
Is it unfamlike of me to go to bed?
Not at all, darling. You do
I'm
whatever
definitely
you
listen.
want. Oh, well, you'll be able to listen.
Know,
You'll be able to hear exactly what happens. So I'll be commentating the game the whole time. I actually like this commercial right here where Jake from State Farm is with Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. I mean, thinking Jace. And the State Farm wants him to change his last name to Maotto because Mahomes, his last name has Holmes, and State Farm does Holmes and Otto.
Oh, that's clever.
Yeah, it's pretty clever, right, for a State Farm commercial. And this is a commercial for girls flag football, or just, I guess, co-ed flag football. Rob Lowe is making his plastic surgery earn him some paychecks on his new gig as host of The Floor, all new Tuesday on Fox. I would say, Rob Lowe, if anybody's gonna sort of represent the plastic surgery industry not making somebody look weird, he looks ageless kind of, but he doesn't look weird.
No.
Well, here's the stadium in Santa Clara, which is not very close to San Francisco, even though they're called the San Francisco 49ers. 49ers kicked the ball off, feeling a little bit better about themselves and their offense, I suspect. And Green Bay takes the kick out of the end zone. The kicker misses him. He's got at least a 50-yard kick return, maybe more. Oh, there's a fumble! Green Bay recovers the fumble, and they are going to be in business, 1st and 10 from the 9 or 12-yard line. So that is a big special teams play for Green Bay. But you see what kind of things I'm talking about regarding special teams. You know, you punt the ball to somebody, in this case it was a kickoff, but you punt the ball to somebody, you might get a turnover. This guy fumbled at the end of this run. It was a great run. He got all the way to the sideline, then he got hit with some Niners traffic, tried to cut back across field, skipped around 24, but Mason, but then was surprised by 45 coming upon him from behind and smacking the ball out.
Hey.
Unfortunately for the Niners, number 45 for the Packers, Mr. Wilson landed cleanly on the football and secured it. Now, back in the shotgun, Jordan Love sends his guy back in motion and hands the ball off to number 34, who loses about half a yard. Number 33, sorry. So, one thing I want to complain about, NFL, is you shouldn't let your players have long hair because it hides the name on their jersey. How am I supposed to commentate your football games if I can't read the names on the jerseys? All right, Jordan Love in shotgun, 2nd and 10 from the Niner 21-yard line. He drops back to pass, pressure, but he finds his receiver across the middle of the field in double coverage, but open nevertheless. And now they've got 1st and goal from the yard line. Maybe the 3, maybe the 4. You know. Well, it wasn't double coverage. The safety was late coming up. And the DB was beat. I guess it was zone. It was zone coverage. He just found the hole in the middle of the zone. All right, Jordan Love drops back into the shotgun again, sends his halfback to the other side, and then hands it off to him. He gains a good 3 yards out of that, which puts him at about the 2.5-yard line. I guess they had started there. They didn't give the fumble progress on that fumble. No, that was a pass. I forgot. All right. Well, anyway, they are now on the 2.5-yard line. Jordan Love in the shotgun, one back to the left of him. Play clock at 7. Sends the man into motion. Drops back, throws the ball. Touchdown, Green Bay. Easy squeezy, fun and freezy. So it didn't take Green Bay long to recapture the lead that they had just surrendered, thanks to a very impressive, albeit fumble-induced, kick return and a strike down the middle against a soft zone that brought Green Bay close in to the end zone area. Now, this time, Green Bay is going to go for 2. As we recall, last time they did not, leaving themselves with a 6-point lead. This time, they're going to be fine with a 5-point lead, or they're going to get themselves a 7-point lead. Jordan Love in the shotgun. He's waiting for his player to move over a little bit, and now he takes the snap, and he throws it to a wide open number 33, the halfback, who falls down, catching the ball and scoring the 2 points, bringing the score of the game to 21-14 in favor of the Packers. Of course, having scored a touchdown and now needing to prepare for the ensuing kickoff, we shall go to commercials. Megan Rapinoe, I don't like you. Travis Kelce, John Legend, I'm not sure I like you that much. Martha Stewart, you're fine. Oh, it's a COVID shot commercial? Okay, you're all idiots. I take it back. You're all fucking idiots. Unless you personally refused to get the shot but took the money for the commercial, in which case you're just evil. Now, on this commercial, I'm not sure what it's for. There's a lady, there's a man, got a couple of kids. It's for phone. If you get Verizon, you get all this stuff. Next, we have a Liberty Mutual commercial featuring the Limu Emu, which I think is Liberty Mutual's attempt to cut into the Geico's monopoly on insurance company animal mascots. I think it's fair to say that's most likely what's going on there. Intuit MailChimp. Customer Journey Builder. Ruben does stuff like that. He builds customer journeys. I want to talk to you about my customer journey. Oh, very well. You can talk to me about my customer journey if you must. Well, we're back to the game. Green Bay is going to kick the ball off to the San Francisco 49ers. And if it's like most kickoffs, it will result in a touchback. The kick flies through the night air and is caught not in the end zone, but on the 1-yard line. And the kick returner breaks free from a number of Green Bay tackles and was one shoestring tackle away, I think, from the end zone. But the kick return nets them up to, I'm not sure which yard line. It could have been the 20, 25, 30. I didn't see the number. They're blaming Fred Warner on that play, where the Green Bay Packers got the 2-point conversion, apparently. There's a flag down. The Niners are complaining. It looks to be against them. Personal foul on the Niners. That's going to be half the distance or at best at the 15-yard line. Oh, come on. Bullshit. That was such acting by that guy. This 49ers guy pushed this Green Bay guy, and he's like, oh, I fell down so much. Shut up. 34. You're flopping. All right, it's on the 12, 13-yard line. Purdy's under center. McCaffrey takes the hike after they motioned Kittle to be a lead blocker. So he actually had 2 lead blockers there. He had the fullback and the tight end functioning as lead blockers. But Green Bay, nevertheless, swallowed it up at the line of scrimmage. San Francisco gets nowhere with that play. And the Green Bay defense is looking pretty pumped. All right. Purdy now in the shotgun, hoping to get a little bit better protection this time than he has on previous passing downs. Instead, goes to a little screen play out to McCaffrey, who picks up a good 5-6 yards on it. Okay, well, Purdy in shotgun. Number 15 in motion, sets, hike. Brady drops back, looks to his receiver, overthrows him badly. Deebo Samuel, I think it was, number 15. I don't know what's going on with Brock Purdy tonight, but he is playing like a man who ate a plate full of stink bugs. In other words, hi, stinks! Sorry, Brock Purdy, it's true. You stink tonight. You're stinking up the program. All right, now the Niners are going to have to punt, even though they had that first down right in front of their eyes until Brock Purdy wildly and inexplicably threw it over the head of Deebo Samuels. Nobody can know why Purdy is sucking quite so bad. Perhaps he had too much vodka before the game began. That would explain why he cannot find any of his receivers. Even when they're open, he hits them in their tweezers and nobody can see. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, well, I couldn't see the name on the back. It looked like maybe it was Samuel, so I guessed. Well, that's gonna hurt the Niners losing Deebo Samuel, uh, but more it's gonna hurt me as a commentator because it's gonna make me sound like an idiot when I report that somebody who's not even available to play was involved in a passing play. So I feel deeply ashamed of myself, and I'll probably never get over it. But then again, maybe I'll get over it right now. Thanks to Christina from Chipotle. Christina from Chipotle, she's explaining to us that the difference is real, okay? It's real at Chipotle. Now we've got a commercial for some sort of tax thing. I'm going to have to call somebody on Monday and ask them a tax question. Namely, Mass Mutual. I'm going to have to ask them a tax question. Because I'm filling out some paperwork and I don't know which of these things I should do because I need information about the tax question. So anyway, I don't like to talk about taxes, but I'm going to have to on Monday. Anyhow, Next Level Chef is premiering on Fox Sunday, January 28th. And it features that guy who yells at people, Gordon Ramsay. Okay, well, these two commentators on screen, Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olson, are both looking rather big-eyed, like, wow, what's going on here? The Niners are both losing and don't even have the ball. Yes, that's true, commentators. And Jordan Love's in the shotgun. 1st and 10 from his own 39-yard line. The Niners attempt to close down the screenplay, but the DB or safety, whoever it was, failed to make the tackle. And he squirted past them, picking up the first down, bringing them close to Niner territory. They're close to midfield. You know, it's like they're probably on their own 48 or something. 48, 49. And Jordan Love is under center. He's got a fullback and a halfback behind him, one wide out. The halfback takes the pitch and falls down. He looked like he was going to get through there for some yards. It looked kind of touch and go. Maybe the Niners were going to close him down. But instead, he just went whoop and fell right down on his bottom. At that point, the Niners just had to walk over and touch him with the gentlest of touches, and he was down. Now, Jordan Love in the shotgun faces a 2nd and 11. He's got one back beside him, 3 wides spread, 2 on one side, 1 on the other. And Jordan Love throws to his tight end, who's coming across kind of a strong side screen, and is unable to make the catch because the ball, frankly, was thrown very fast and low and kind of not behind him, but behind him, like towards the quarterback. All right, now Jordan Love facing a 3rd and 11 from his own 48, 47 maybe. He's going to take the snap from shotgun. It's 5 seconds on the play clock. He takes the snap. Now he drops back. He throws it across the middle, and it's picked off the deflection from the Green Bay player, number 57, from the San Francisco 49ers, has made the interception, has broken a bunch of tackles, accomplished nothing in the process, and gotten himself tackled. But nevertheless, he got the pick, and now the Niners are in business right around midfield. Number 85 made a valiant effort to try to catch the poorly thrown ball from Jordan Love, but it tipped off of his hand and went right into the hands of the opportunistic 49er, Johnny on the spot, whatever his name and number was, the guy who made the interception. Wow, exciting, action-packed excitement here on the Action Excitement Network. And right now, another exciting excitement is occurring at your local UPS store. Be unstoppable. Ranked number 1 in customer service by Forbes magazine, 2024. 2024 is not even over yet. How can they judge who's had the best customer service for 2024 in January? Huh? It's like what, they just evaluate customer service on January 1 and figure whoever wins that wins the whole year? That seems unfair to the other companies who might also want to be number 1. They might want more chance than one day to show that they're good too, you know? Okay, now it's a Verbo commercial, which is very interesting to me because we are going to put the house down the street that we're getting on Verbo. We've had some excellent ideas about how to make it extra attractive. You know, we're going to include usage of the little wilderness car. And we are going to indicate in the listing that it's fine to smoke weed in the house. Please don't smoke cigarettes in the house. I think this is a possible real winner in the Verbo. I don't know that much about Verbo houses, how many other people might say that, but other states probably, they don't really say that. Maybe other California listings sometimes do. But my point is, a listing that explicitly says, yes, you can smoke pot inside the house, but please smoke cigarettes outside. That might attract some takers, and we might, do a little better than average on this vacation rental with those 2 amenities tossed in. We've got a plan to charge for gas on a little car. Okay, back to the football game. Purdy in the shotgun, a new lease on life thanks to the interception. Fakes the handoff to McCaffrey, runs it himself for a grand total of 1 yard before running out of bounds. But he did avoid the hit, which is probably good, or it would be good if you were playing like a good quarterback. At this point, if he were to get hurt, the backup couldn't do any worse, I mean, I guess he could throw a bunch of interceptions. Purdy doesn't have any picks, but according to Dat Boy Klaus, it's only because Green Bay dropped a surefire pick 6. All right, Purdy in the shotgun, sends in motion number 15, takes a snap, throws a quick slant to number 11, who drops it. That's a drop. That one is not Purdy's fault. That's number 11's fault. Number 11, move your hair so I can see your name. I can't see his name at all. Who are you, number 11? I want to scold you. Who's number 11 for the Niners? Anybody know? He needs a good scolding. Now, it's back to Behind schedule, 3rd and 9. Purdy takes a snap from the shotgun, waits, throws, connects to number 11, who catches it this time, and they pick up the first down. And it was a great catch by number 11 because Purdy threw the ball quite low, too low, made it very difficult on his receiver. He did an excellent job of catching it. And you know what? I don't need to see your name anymore. Ayuk. That's Ayuk. Okay, good. So I was right that was Ayuk. I said it was Ayuk in the first half or the third quarter, but I think someone said, no, that's not Ayuk. Anyway, that is Ayuk. Good job, Ayuk. Now, Purdy takes the snap. He waits, he throws, he misses entirely. Number 23, who was open. McCaffrey was open. I'm sure would have gotten the first down. Purdy, granted, he got hit just a split second after he threw it, but it was way off target. Okay, well, maybe number 93 might have even tipped it or got his hand in the way. That was not exactly Purdy's fault. I'm not going to attribute that one to just incredibly shitty at throwing a football like his previous throws have looked. Okay, Purdy in the shotgun takes the snap. McCaffrey open. Oh, what in the world? Purdy had McCaffrey in the flat with 5 yards between him and the soft playing defensive back, or defensive back. And instead of taking the open McCaffrey, he tried to throw it across the middle, threading between two people to Kittle, and they were just not connecting with each other, Now it's 3rd and 10, and everybody's saying, okay, let's see how our backup quarterback is going to do, because Brock Purdy looks like he took like shitty pills before the game or something. Purdy got low, 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 low. Okay. All right. Now it's 3rd and 10, ridiculously, given the nonsense that happened the last two plays. Purdy in shotgun takes the snap. He scrambles up the middle and gets tackled after a 2-yard gain or something. They might be in long field goal range, but it'd be a 52, 50, whatever yard field goal. I don't know. What's 14 plus? Wait, what yard line are they on exactly? All right. Like they're going to kick field goal. So 30. So I think it's like a 51-yard field goal. I can't hear the TV, so I don't know what they're saying. But I believe it to be approximately a 51-yard field goal. And that brings us to the end of the third quarter. We won't see the field goal kicked. Yeah, I know. Brock Purdy looks like the last pick in the draft right now. I have not seen. He looked better than this in the game when he threw all those picks. A lot of those picks in that game, at least some of them, weren't exactly his fault. And he looked pretty good when he wasn't throwing picks. Purdy here looks like me throwing the football. I'm sure I'd be even worse than that, but say my name, say my name. Dainty is your name. Dainty is your name. Are you dainty? Like, do you eat like this? That would be dainty eating. Those two ladies are hugging, and they've got a hybrid. That guy's looking out of the window. Hey, I like your hybrid. Now we've got people looking at beer. Full Circle Brewing Company is the name of the brewing company. The beer that they make is beer that they put in cans. They've got these big metal things, and it comes down a tube and goes into the can. Except, unfortunately, I just saw that they had a beer that was mango flavored. No. If your company is going to make mango beer, then just get out of here. Just get out of here. Oh, maybe I did say that boy Klaus. Maybe I did. Are you also coquettish, Dainty? Do you like to hide behind things and go like this? All right, back to football. Here we go. Don't worry. It's going to be nothing but excitement from here on out. However, note this 49ers under Kyle Shanahan are 0-30 when trailing by more than 5 points in the fourth quarter. Even if they make this field goal, if they make this field goal, they will trail by only 4 points. But you will note that for the first 3 seconds of the fourth quarter, they trailed by 7 points. So I guess that means that qualifies as trailing by more than 5 in the fourth quarter. Seems kind of a thin definition, right? He kicked it exactly at the start of the fourth quarter. So when you really say that he started there, this is a 4-point deficit in the fourth quarter instead of a 5-point deficit or more, I would say so. But I get it. Technically, they're correct, but it seems to run afoul of the spirit of the statistics. All right, we're back to the game. So enough pseudo-philosophical musings for me. We've got more exciting things to discuss. The Niners have closed the gap to 4. Kicking a field goal is a lot better than nothing. And number 4, their kicker will now kick the ball off, and he deposits it into the end zone, where it will come out for a touchback. Here's a highlight. Here's a highlight. And here's another highlight. These are 3 highlights we're looking currently at on the television right now. All right. Jordan Love, noting to his fellow Packers that the winner advances to the NFC Championship game, brings his team to the line of scrimmage with a look of determination in his eye. From the shotgun, man in motion. He takes the snap, hands it off to the man in motion, who sweeps out to the right side of the field and picks up perhaps 2 yards, maybe 1.5 yards, depending on your measuring stick and or what actually happens. 2 yards, it says on the television. So let's go with that. Okay. As 2 yards represents an inadequate first down, Jordan Love in the shotgun hopes for better on second down. Sends a man in motion and takes the snap. He throws to that man who went into motion, who is immediately tackled by the 49ers number 20, about 2 yards shy of the first down marker. Now, Jordan Love, knowing he's got a very makeable third down, looks at his wrist palette full of information and informs his fellow players of that information before proceeding to the line of scrimmage. He himself drops back into the shotgun. All 5 wide receivers, no backs whatsoever. And what one would anticipate is some kind of quarterback run. But instead, Jordan Love actually drops back to pass before throwing an incomplete pass while trying to scramble away from pressure. So a bit of a surprising play call there by the Green Bay Packers. Maybe they were just hoping to hit it big. They had shown this uh, short yardage shotgun look on multiple occasions before and had always run out of it. They were thinking they were going to catch the Niners sleeping on this one. But the difference was in those previous formations, they weren't five wide, you know? He always had a back beside him and some kind of lead blocker or whatever. So I don't think the Niners were fooled at all. They only brought four. Anyway, that elicits the Green Bay punt, and it's fair caught by number 3. Good catch, number 3. I said it was fair caught before he had actually caught it. I jumped the gun a bit there. I should have said he indicates fair catch. And then say, and successfully executes it. But I acted as though I were existing in the future. And I already knew that he caught it. I'm sorry, so very sorry for lying to you. Sure, you might chalk it up to broadcaster's privilege, kind of like artistic license. But and it'd be fine if I knew none of you were actually watching the game, because then I know none of you would catch that. If this were simply a radio broadcast, and then I wouldn't be worried about it, because you might always figure, even if you're watching TV and listening to the radio broadcast, you don't quite have it timed right, you know. I figured I'd get away with it in that context, but here, I was doomed before I even got the words out of my mouth. I was gonna get caught. I already know if that boy Klaus is still here, he knew I jumped the gun on that call because he's watching the game. Now there's a commercial about a lady in a referee shirt who's looking like she's speaking dramatically about something to another woman who seems positive and sure of herself and confident and also empathetic. She's suggesting to the first woman that the first woman switch to Verizon Home Internet. Now, at the end of it, all three of them are enjoying Verizon Home Internet together. They're looking at a laptop, they're laughing. That first woman is no longer stressed out. Why? Because she's enjoying the soothing balm that is Verizon Home Internet. All right, looks like we're back to Santa Clara, where tonight a professional football game is being played between the San Francisco 49ers and the Green Bay Packers. The Packers have a lead here in the fourth quarter of 4 points. However, they just had to punt the ball to the Niners. So the Niners take over possession. Purdy in shotgun hands the ball off to McCaffrey, probably a wise decision, and they get 4 yards out of it approximately. That's what I like to call staying ahead of the chains, you know, like staying on schedule. If you get 4 yards each time, then you'll have 12, and that's more than the 10 you need. So that's on schedule. Okay, here we are back at the line of scrimmage, this time under center, sends the tight end Kittle in motion, then sends Ayuk in motion, fakes a handoff to Ayuk, hands off to McCaffrey, and McCaffrey shoots up the middle for a nice gain of about, oh gosh, I don't know, maybe 10 yards, 8 yards. Enough for the first down, regardless. And the Niners, are feeling a little bit better about themselves accordingly, I think. Having had a couple of running plays work. Probably afraid to have Purdy throw the ball. He's under center again. a tight formation. He sends number 15 in motion, hands the ball off to McCaffrey, who gets tackled in the backfield for a loss of 1. Well, this is what happens when your quarterback is unable to throw the ball and you have to run the ball every down. Eventually, no matter how tricky your run calling is, the Green Bay Packers will tackle your running back in the backfield, even if he's McCaffrey. So, we need both parts of the offense. Okay? Brock Purdy, both parts. All right, Purdy is now in shotgun on 2nd and 10 as the Niners find themselves behind schedule. He tries to get the ball off to McCaffrey. I'm not sure if the the Green Bay lineman disrupted his arm motion or if he just once again has the yips and shanked that fucker into the ground. I'm not sure which is the case. Yes, the lineman was in his face, and I couldn't see from the angle if it hit his arm. But Purdy in shotgun, no backs in the backfield this time, has good time, waits, throws the ball, actually finds his receiver number 15 across the middle of the field, and another high pass from Purdy. Purdy seems to have a verticality issue today, either too high or too low. But this one, number 15, goes up to get, and it's a very catchable ball. Takes a kind of a hard hit at the end, the receiver does. And Purdy, additionally, I would say, went down to the ground at the end of the play as he was tackled as soon as he released the ball. Okay, well, the Niners are at the 40-yard line of the Green Bay Packers. Purdy's under center. Number 44 is in motion. Play action. Purdy throws the ball to McCaffrey, who gets tackled at the line of scrimmage. No gain. Well, at least it was a completed pass. Maybe Purdy's getting a little bit of confidence. Now, Trouble, I cannot watch you eat right now because I'm watching the football game. But I can get you started, okay? That's all I can do. You start eating, I'm going to give you a couple pets. There you go, okay? That's as good as I can do for you tonight. All right, back to the football game. It's 2nd and 10. Brock Purdy in shotgun. He's got McCaffrey to the right of him. And 2 receivers wide. He takes the ball half-assedly fakes the handoff and throws well over Kittle's head. Not a catchable ball. So Purdy is once again proving himself to be turdy tonight, which is to say turd-like in his performance. And I think we can all lament that because he's got a great team around him, and he appears to be the only thing preventing the Niners from succeeding right now. So let's see what he does this time, again in shotgun, this time with back on either side of him, maybe for additional protection. Yes, they both stay in the block, except one releases finally, and oh God. Purdy goes downfield with another ball that's well off target. He had one of the backs stayed in to block and then smartly released at the last second. I guess it was McCaffrey. He was wide open in the flat and had a lot of green in front of him. And instead, Purdy tries to go to McLeod, who's going this way, and the ball's over here, and he has to come back and try to grab it. And now the Niners have to punt. So number 18, the punter, kicks the ball into the air. And number 11, the punt returner, fair catches it at the 10-yard line. Brock Purdy on that play yelled at the receiver, "What are you doing?" You could read his lips clear as day. So maybe on that one, the receiver was at fault. This McLeod fellow presumably is replacing Deebo Samuel and maybe hasn't had as much practice time with Purdy as he ought to have had. Appears to be struggling somewhat, but it could just be Purdy displacing his own failure onto others. I mean, certainly it's the case that on plenty of other passes, it's been all Purdy's fault. So even if it was McLeod's fault on that play, um, Purdy's not really in a position to be yelling at people right now, you know? He's holding this whole team down with his abject failure and should not be scolding McLeod, even if McLeod made a mistake that time. I agree with Purdy that based on what I saw, McLeod made the wrong decision. He was open if he had gone stayed where that way, but if he went that way, he got more covered. But I don't know if that's is that the route that was called, and he stuck to it, and he should have ad libbed, or did he fail to run the route that he was supposed to have run? It's hard to determine any of that just from reading Brock Purdy's lips asking the question, what are you doing? You know. First of all, you don't get to see the other person's lips giving an answer I am doing now. So you really have to speculate a lot here. So don't get too ahead of yourself when thinking that because Brock Purdy said, "What are you doing?" it was necessarily McLeod's fault. We'd have to know a lot more to find out whose fault it really was. We'll probably never learn whose fault it really was. Thanks, that boy Klaus. That means a lot to me. It really does. I'd like to think I can do good sports talk, and I like to have opportunity to do so sometimes, but not very many people are interested in evaluating it. All right, Green Bay has the ball at the 10-yard line, 1st and 10. Jordan Love, under center, takes the snap, pitches it back to the running back number 33, who bursts into the open field and has, let's call it a 50-yard gain. So at first I thought this play is beginning too deep in the backfield. Like, why are you running this play where you're pitching the ball to the running back on the 1 yard line, right? That's a very dangerous place to run that play. But San Francisco got no penetration, and he just hit the gap and was gone. All right, under center, up, false start, and or offsides. I think it's offsides probably. It didn't look like the Niners were provoked to jump by movement on the Green Bay line, but you never know until you see what the refs say. Yeah, it was offsides on the Niners. What do you want, Trouble? So now it's going to be 1st and 5. Trouble wants to go outside. Okay. That's a fine place for you to go. You don't bother me at all when you're outside. Thanks, Dead Boy Class, for adding some additional color commentary to that matter. Okay, Jordan Love under center takes the handoff, gives the handoff to number 31, who finds the edge, gets the first down, and more before being pushed out of bounds. So the Niners look to be very much on their heels at the moment. They're getting outgained in both the passing game and the rushing game by Green Bay. And Green Bay's got 1st and 10 on the Niners' 25-yard line or so. Jordan Love takes the snap, fakes the handoff, has all day to throw the ball. Finally, just unloads it to his outlet guy, 85, the tight end, who kind of hung in the flat as a late option screen, which Jordan Love used as a outlet of last resort. In the face of impending sackage. So now we've got a 2nd and 10. If the Niners can hold the Packers to 3 here, it'll still be a 7-point game. The Packers up under center is Love. He takes the snap. He hands off to the running back, and on this occasion, the running back picks up about 2 yards before being tackled. So that's going to bring up 3rd down for Green Bay. This is a big 3rd down here. If the Niners hold them and they kick the field goal, there's still plenty of time, although the Niners show no capacity to move the ball successfully. Love, in shotgun, steps up to the line, gives some instructions. He's got a back beside him, takes the snap. He drops back to pass. He's under extreme pressure, gets rid of the ball. It falls harmlessly to the turf. Kind of a dangerous throwaway, because it wasn't thrown away out of bounds, thrown away right across the middle of the field, but in an empty enough space that he was able to get away with it. All right, so that brings out the field goal kicker, number 17, Anders Carlson. He's already made 2 field goals in this game, both 29 yards. This one will be a little bit longer. And he kicks it, and he misses it. He misses it wide left. Wow. I was assuming that was going to go right through the uprights. Instead, wide left as Carlson misses his 3rd field goal attempt. Was not a particularly long field goal. He's kicking it from the 31-yard line, so I don't know. What was that? 41-yard field goal? Is it 10-yard deep end zone? All right, now here's a commercial for a COPD medication. Remember, Brez-T is not a rescue inhaler. Okay? Don't try to use it as one. But because this guy's on Brez-T, he's in his RV with his wife. They're looking through a telescope. He's pointing out things to her, showing her things. That's the sky. That's the moon. She's amazed. And now we've got a commercial for Amazon, I believe. As though people need encouraging to buy things on Amazon. It's just the most convenient way to buy things, you know? So that's what people are going to do. It's the most convenient without being outrageously more expensive because of the convenience. You know, there's a limit to which people will DoorDash, Instacart, other stuff like that because it just gets outrageously expensive. But not whatever that other thing I was talking about. That's different. I don't remember what it was, but it's different. Okay, now it appears we're having a cruise ship commercial for Carnival Cruise Lines. Oh, and now it's this jacket commercial that I see so often. This lady with a big white jacket. She's the lady who was in Guardians of the Galaxy, apparently. Rachel told me. Here's a commercial for car racing. Nobody likes car racing. Car racing is very boring. Okay, car racing is boring, but football is not. So let's enjoy the much superior sport of football. Anders Carlson is standing there and getting encouragement from this gentleman with a cap on, perhaps some kind of assistant, some kind of special teams coach, I'm not sure. Brock Purdy under center, fakes the handoff to McCaffrey, throws the ball to number 15, who gets 7 yards. Yeah, let's go with 7 yards. So the thing is, let's say the Niners were to successfully get a touchdown here. Well, they still only have a 3-point lead, which would mean Mr. Carlson would have to potentially get another shot at a field goal. Okay, Purdy under center takes the snap, hands off to McCaffrey. He gets hit in the backfield, breaks that first tackle, first contact, and gets close to the down to gain. They line to gain, but probably a yard short. Yep, it's 3rd and 1. So we'll see what the Niners do here on 3rd and 1. Play it real safe. Just try to pick up the first down with a, run up the gut. Well, they shifted the man to the fullback position, so I'm guessing yes. And it looks like Purdy got the first down. He kind of popped right through there. I didn't even think that was him, and I didn't think that was he. But it was. And the Niners are enjoying themselves a fine, tasty first down. Boy, if the Niners win this game, the level of Purdy scrutiny before this next game is going to be as high as the Eiffel Tower. Number 13 drives back to pass, throws the ball to McCaffrey, who picks up 5 yards as a sort of outlet savior receiver, like save me, save me. I'm right here, Brock Purdy. I'm Christian McCaffrey. Throw it to me. So the Niners, Purdy and shotgun. Looks like a 4-man front. Yeah, they're just bringing 4. Purdy throws the ball. Oh, to Kittle, who drops it. Stone Cold drops it. That is 100% Kittle's fault. And the Niners' woes continue. That hit him square directly between the numbers. I'll be right back. Let me take this call real quick. Well, I got briefly distracted by Chawa's call, but that appears to be, and it is, a first down thanks to the sound and stout arms of one Brandon Ayuk, catcher of balls. Okay, so Niners with the first down. Purdy drops back to pass. Throws the ball out to 84, who catches it for a nice gain. A little bit of a post-out route or something like that. I don't know what you'd call that route. It's just kind of a straight, it's a deep out. Like, in other words, he starts way in the middle and it goes deep down the field. So it's a deep out route. Deep on both directions. Okay. But not super deep down the field. Purdy now in shotgun as Kittle motions to the strong side. And then Kittle receives the pass, coming back across the middle after setting up probably in the flat, and picks up a nice gain, making, I'm sure, the myriad fans present in the Santa Clara Stadium giddy with delight. The Niners are doing a good job of clock management here as we're working down towards the 2-minute warning. They've got the ball on the 17-yard line of Green Bay, and they've used up a considerable amount of time in this drive. Purdy takes the snap, hands the ball off to McCaffrey, who powers his way through number 87's tackle past the first down line, and gets the Niners to about the 15-yard line. That was an excellent run by McCaffrey because he was hit in the backfield, and he was hit by a guy much bigger than he was, and he just powered right through him. It was impressive. That's why he's got so much hype. He's a really good running back. Even though he's struggling tonight because the Niners can't throw the ball. So of course he's going to struggle when the team becomes one dimensional. When Green Bay starts keen on the run all the time, then McCaffrey's going to have a lot of trouble. But after a couple successful passes, like we just saw, all of a sudden the defense starts to respect Purdy a little bit more. And there's just the one guy there, So McCaffrey can break through that one arm tackle. And I mean, the guy did bring him down eventually. It's not like he broke the tackle exactly, but he dragged the tackler forward past the first down marker. I don't know quite what to think about that commentator's purple tie. Well, I do know what to think about it. I don't like it. I don't like its purpleness, and I don't like its squareness. I like neither aspects of that tie. All right. Now let's talk a little bit about what's happening in the fourth quarter with 2 minutes left in this divisional game between the Green Bay Packers and the San Francisco 49ers. Well, the San Francisco 49ers have the ball 1st and 10 on the 15-yard line. Purdy in the shotgun. Kittle motions back, 2 backs in the backfield. He throws the ball out to McCaffrey, who does a good job to get back to the line of scrimmage. He had those 2 backs in the backfield, and they both went like this, like pew, to get passes on each side of the field. You see the 2 backs in the backfield. Sometimes you think, okay, they're going to run out of shotgun, but not that time. Hey, Purdy, now in the shotgun, takes the snap, scrambles his way out of pressure, and is going to run the ball, and does a pretty good job and gets almost to the first down marker. Doesn't slide, dives. If he had slid in this context, I would say, okay, you need to remember what's going on here. If you lose this game, you're out of the playoffs. So you better not slide. To his credit, he did not slide. He dove and took a hit, but not a bad one, not a big one. All right, so now the Niners have 3rd and 1 from about the 6-yard line. And Purdy hands off to McCaffrey, who breaks the tackle and into the end zone for the touchdown with 1 minute and 7 seconds left. The Niners take a 2-point lead, pending an extra point, which will presumably push the lead to 3. That will afford the Green Bay Packers 1 minute and 7 seconds left. And will afford them 1 minute and 7 seconds to get themselves within field goal range. They're only going to need at worst a field goal to tie. If the Niners miss this extra point, then a field goal will win it. They don't miss the extra point, so Green Bay is looking to tie the game and push it to overtime at this point. And I suspect we'll have some commercials here for a while. So, Trouble, if you want me to watch you eat, now's the time. I will watch for like 2 minutes. Come on. Come on, mister. Come on. Come on. Come. Well, then don't meow at me. Are you going to eat your food or what? Come on. Here. Oh, you fucking cat. Then, no, I'm not going to watch you eat since you're being a dick. This cat is a piece of work, let me tell you. He chases after his sister. He meows at me until I just want to pull my hair out. All right, we're back to the football game now. As reported previously, the final minute and 7 seconds will decide whether or not this game ends or goes to overtime, most likely. It's possible the Green Bay Packers could score a touchdown and win, but far more likely that they either successfully kick a field goal or fail to kick a field goal. So, it's wearily quiet in the stadium right now. Okay, Jordan Love has 3 career game-winning drives. He would like to attain 4 right now, but he's starting from his 25-yard line in shotgun. He's motioning number 87 back across. He's sending number 86 to the other side of the line and sending number 13 to the right side of the field, the wide side of the field. And Love finally takes a snap, drops back to pass, gets it out in short order to number 87, who's close to the first down before going out of bounds at the 33-yard line. So nice pickup for the Green Bay Packers there on first down with raindrops on the camera. Jordan Love in shotgun, 1 back beside him. He's got 2 out to the right side of the field. 10, though, throws to the one on the left side of the field, overthrows. He had to because the Niner would have picked it off if he hadn't. So understandable there. He had to get it over Greenlaw's outstretched fingers, which he did, but that meant it was a little too high for his own receiver to catch. A nice attempt by Jordan Love. Good ball security. Better to overthrow your receiver than get it picked off. So Jordan Love now in shotgun again with the back beside him again on his left side of the field. He takes the snap and he throws for a first down to number 88, a tight end, who is about a yard or 2 past the line to gain. Carlson, looking nervous, pacing back and forth on the sideline, anticipating, imagining in his own mind perhaps the field goal he just missed, picturing an upcoming field goal that may or may not happen, an attempt that may define his whole career. As these thoughts plague his brain, he goes over to the kicking tee and practices. Kick, kick, kick. Now, Green Bay breaks the huddle. Jordan Love shouts commands to his players from the shotgun, no backs with him, empty backfield. He drops back to pass. The Niners are a little slow getting pressure, and he throws the ball deep downfield, but it's picked off. It's picked off by number 57, who finally just goes, no, he's still not going down to the ground. Just go to the ground already, 57. Just don't fumble it. Oh, my goodness. You ran around way too much, number 57. I hope the coaches scold you for that. Great pick and everything, but just go to the ground. All the team has to do now is take a couple of knees, and your team, the San Francisco 49ers, will have won the football game. Poor decision by Jordan Love there. Poor decision. He had a lot of time on that play, but he just gotten a first down. You know, they could have lived to fight another day. He tried to force that. Wow, back across his body into triple coverage. Terrible decision. Terrible. That was the worst play of the game from Jordan Love, who's played a pretty clean game overall. I've been impressed by his play, you know. Him trying to make a play after the pick there was mildly upsetting. Well, yeah, it was upsetting because I was worried he's going to fumble it, you know. Now, victory formation for the Niners. Purdy takes the knee. I don't think the Packers are even going to bother using their 2 timeouts. They're not. Off go the headsets. Out come the hands, prepared in a shaking fashion to shake the hand. Oh, they're hugging, actually. I'm sorry. No handshake here. There's a hug. A tender, tender hug shared between the coaches of the Green Bay Packers and the San Francisco 49ers. Brock Purdy walking around on the field looking for some reason like satisfied when he should be thinking, oh my God, I am a terrible quarterback. Because he really did a poor job. As poor as poor can be. But that does bring us to the end of this divisional playoff game. And we get to see the Niners again next week. If you took the Packers and the points, congratulations, you've won your bet. Probably you also won your bet if you took the under. I don't know what the over-under was, but it was probably bigger than that score. So, anyhow, that's it for football today. No more football today. The Ravens, they just, once the Texans got behind by 2 scores, it was over and I turned it off. So I don't actually know what happened in the game, but I'm assuming the Ravens continue to just either the score got worse or stayed the same, but there's no way the Texans won that game. As soon as Baltimore got up by 14 points, I said, it is over. 0 chance of a comeback here. Let me see what the final score of that game was. Yeah, well, they ended up winning by 24. So when it got to be 24-10, I guess, or maybe it was 21-7. I don't know, but I turned it off because I correctly said there's 0 chance of the Texans coming back now. The first half, ended in close fashion, but it was all for naught as the Texans were doomed to lose. All right, so now I'm going to go over here. I may continue streaming for a moment or two, before calling it an M. Night Shyamalan ding dong. Yeah, well, I'm not sure. So it must have been 17-10 to start the second half. Was that what it was? Or was it? Must have been 17-10 then, because then when they scored a touchdown, maybe it was 10-10 at the half, and then they just scored 2 touchdowns to start the second half, and that's when I said it's over. I don't remember that clearly. 49ers, they put us through. Yeah, okay, it was 10-10. That makes the most sense. That's why I thought it was a close game at half, because it was tied. If it was 17-10, I wouldn't have said that probably. Okay. So what I want to discuss now, well, I don't really know. Oh, right. This is what I was actually going to say. What I want to do now is eat something. I need to eat something because I'm hungry. I can tell I'm hungry, even though I'm not feeling like, woohoo, I'm going to eat something. I can tell I'm just very hungry. I need to eat something. Oh, look. Rachel never ate her hamburger today. So I could eat this. But that's not what I want right now. I don't think she's going to eat it. I might eat it tomorrow, but it's unlikely. Probably this will just go in the trash. But because it's possible I might eat it tomorrow, I will put it in the fridge. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to eat a couple of these things. These are ultra convenient I'm going to call it ultra convenient instant food, you know? But remember, it's important to supplement with a cheese. Okay. But ladies and gentlemen, that's not all. The meat and cheese just add a little extra protein. You want me to make you one of those too, Rachel? Want to make you a sweet and sour? You can have this one as cooking. I'll cook mine afterwards. I'll go smoke a cigarette. This will ding in just a couple of minutes, right? 4 minutes total, so call it like 3 minutes now, maybe. A little more than 3. We're coming down on to 3 minutes right now, probably. So when it dings, that's the chuck wagon bell for you, and I want you to come a running like in those old West chuck wagon scenes that we all know and love so well. Okay. I can show you the world, flying mine and mine, meow 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 meow. Well, I'm happy the Niners will be playing again next week, you know. They're lucky to get out of that game with a win. Of course, now everybody's going to be all like, oh, what, you know, Purdy sucks and he's shitty now and I'm really worried about the Niners. But I bet you he absolutely kills it next week. I bet you Purdy kills it next week because he played about as bad as he possibly could. But he put it together for the game winning drive and they won anyway, you know? Now he's going to be like, okay, well, everybody thinks I'm shitty now. I think he's going to play a lot better in part because the weather's not going to be like that probably. And, you know, I figure he got it out of his system. Like, okay, I needed to suck, but now that I've gotten that out of my system, I don't need to suck anymore. Kind of like that. You know. I need to suck. I need to suck. I need to suck. That's a song that babies sing when they're hungry. There. I knew I had my glasses. I was going to be very frustrated with myself. I'm 52 going on 53. But you know what they say? 53 is the new 7. Yeah. You're not expected to mature into an actual adult nowadays until you're like 80. It's a little too chilly outside for smoking in the great outdoors. That's why I'm smoking in the boys' room. As per that heavy metal song from back in the day. Maybe it was Motley Crue that sang Smoking in the Boys' Room. 80 is the new bachelor's degree. Pretty soon, you're going to see 80-year-old women on the cover of Barely Legal magazine. Is that still a magazine? So, shockingly, I know you're going to be as shocked by this as I am. People didn't like my video I made earlier called What If Human Uses Cat Box? Because I made such a video, and basically, I filled the cat box up with stuff. I brought it out over here. I stood here, I peed into it. And then I scooped out all the pee and put it in the trash can. I was curious, you know. I've been curious for a while. A lot of times I'll be out here after pee and I go, I wonder if I could pee in the cat box. I never do because it's just inherently less convenient ultimately than any other way of going pee. But I thought, well, I'll make a video out of it. It'll be interesting. People did not like it. In fact, It has a 37% like rate. It's not exhibition fetish. I just thought, oh, that was an interesting topic for a short. Look at my totality of shorts. How many of them, me doing anything could remotely be called exhibitionist? Just because I take you guys into the bathroom with me does not mean I'm exhibitionist. It just means, well, who cares? You're not going to see anything. You're just looking at the door. As was the case in that video. Well, I just cleaned it out, so apparently not. Yeah, I know. Somebody said that. That's enough YouTube for today. I thought that was a funny comment, too. That's what I tell them, too, Boba Fett. That's what I tell them. Well, we had to put the litter box in when they first moved in here because, like, Trouble wouldn't even come into the house for a while. He was really sketched out. And he couldn't leave the garage. There wasn't this cat door then. The problem is now we've gotten accustomed to the litter boxes. I'm afraid if we take away the litter box, that Trouble at least will just start peeing in the house. He's peed in the house before. No name 444. Old man. Old man. Thank you. Old man. Right. You have successfully identified both my age and gender. You are an observational master. Oh no, I've locked myself out. Well, easy solution. To be honest, I was just kind of hoping we'd see where that went. We just let that go and see where it went. You know, the reality is I can time people out or two or whatever. So if I'm, you know, if I have my glasses on and can see stuff, then yeah, you can never go wrong really by not timing someone out, because I could always time them out. If they say something bad about Rachel, then just ban them instantly. But about me, it's a different story. I don't really care.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Did you not want him?
Well, I was interested to see how it would play out, because.
I thought it was just
Well, yeah, you're probably right. I mean, I suspect since both Ruben and you did the same thing, that both of you intuited that there wasn't going to be any variation there, just going to be endless old mans.
Yeah. That one's for you.
What's that?
That sweet sour is for you.
Oh, there's one in here already? Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
You're a real sweet pea McGee.
Thanks.
Oh, trash can. Why do you always got so full? It's like I put in a new trash bag into this trash can. Like 5 minutes later, it's overflowing with trash again. Oh, okay, cool. That's fine. Hey, I'm not critiquing it actually. I wish I kind of wish I hadn't said anything at all because I don't like to interfere in my moderator's decision making or whatever, you know. In general, I'm kind of curious about the different formulations of trolling that occur. And also, I'm interested in seeing, I guess, how they respond or don't to my responses. So it's like when somebody comes in and says something like that, it obviously doesn't bother me at all. I know both my age and my gender. It's not surprising to me. Um, and it's like basically impossible for such a person to like hurt my feelings or whatever, or successfully troll me with stuff that's just attacking me, right? It's a whole different ballgame if they're attacking Rachel. And obviously, there's a certain point in which attacks on me are not providing any further information about trolling in general. In other words, if the person's not adapting at all to what I'm saying, I'm curious to see where they're going to go with their trolling if their first thing doesn't work, you know? But if they say hateful stuff, then time them out. If they, you know, they get really crude. I mean, if they say hateful stuff or get really crude, just ban them, you know? But uh, but of course, timing out for like 30 minutes is basically the same thing as banning them. So it's fine. I heard that Pluto had changed. Really? Did it become a born again Christian? Hmm. Hmm. Once every 248 years, Pluto crawls out of its hole to see if it sees its shadow. And that's why we have Groundhog's Day. Astrology Facts by Eric. They see me trolling, they hating, but trolling and trying to get me riding dirty. Well, yeah, it happens for a lot of people their first time, actually. You just need to pull more bong rips next time. It's good to have a hot dinner. It's like the warmth of the food somehow feeds you as well.
Mm.
Mm. Or would you like some of this? Here. Get down here. Come here. Always mukbanging, tickling everyone's SIs. Well, a man's got to eat. If he doesn't, he will starve to death.
Yeah. And I don't want to be responsible for that.
Yeah. Ah. Well, it's been a long day. Been a pretty good day.
Yeah.
Overall. Eating is very aspirational to you lot. I don't think it's aspirational exactly. Sort of, but it's an aspiration I regularly achieve. Ruben, stop with your prediction based on my body language. If you read the body language of the San Francisco 49ers tonight, you would have thought
I thought
they had all put on Youth Due.
Yeah.
By Estee Lauder.
I read their body language and I was thinking, oh man, they look a little bit frazzled.
You're not spoiling it. You're just making me, if I'm going to do that, then I'm just conceding that you were right. I don't like being that predictable. Of course, then you just make the prediction to cause me to stay. And that just makes me even more predictable than I was in the first place. Boy, it's a real conundrum. Well, yo, good sin. I generally have a rule of not tolerating body shaming, but I guess I'll see how you react to that. Well, show media times you out anyway. Probably a good decision. I do feel somewhat flattered by attracting trolls, like the biggest insult is to be ignored. If I incite some, oh, that guy, and somebody, then that's fine. I get that there are no doubt plenty of people who don't like me. No, I did not notice. Try popping another 10 seconds onto his timeout. I don't even know if I can do that. He doesn't show up with the dots anymore. Oh, he does. Oh, wow.
Huh.
So you can stack timeouts, huh? That's good.
That's good.
Interesting to know.
People a lesson, without like being banned right away.
No, but it means you can stack timeouts, right? Like,
yeah.
Too many mods to effectively troll here. There's a lot of mods because invariably someone will be like, "Hey, make me a mod so I can post a link," and then I forget to take it away or whatever. Derived from the Greek word for to enjoy, apolosticism is a long lost 19th century word for a total devotion to enjoying yourself. Apolosticism? Apolosticism. Huh. Well, I don't know if I have a total devotion to enjoying myself. I want to enjoy myself, like ideally all the time, but I don't know if I'm particularly good at it. Sometimes I am better than others.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. Well, it's getting more views then, so.
I'm sure it only counts the first couple
Oh,
of weeks.
really?
Oh yeah. It's like trying to rob the bar that all the police hang out at.
That's funny. And true.
Okay. I'm now going to end this live stream. Thank you all for being here, and I will see you again later. I think I want to watch some cartoons and then head to bed.
Yeah.
Good night, goodbye, and good luck.